can shoot a video right here.
You think we should shoot it right now?
Yeah, might as well.
You rolling?
I'm rolling.
Start the beat.
Come on.
Real world shit. Hey, real world shit, man.
Steve-O go crazy.
Hey, every move is calculated. I do numbers calculator. You don't got my cash or payment, push it, boy, I'ma catch you later. Riding with that soul snatcher, just in case I catch a hater. I don't need a entourage, come by myself like a masturbator. Bitches say I'm captivating, but you know I ain't Captain Saver. I might pull up roof missing, the whip done got decapitated. Take a bad bitch and I grip her firm and tell her affirmations like, babe, you bad as fuck, but you look good whenever you take it. Ain't nobody taking shit from me, never. Yeah, if they ever say they did, they all kept. New era, the type of nigga to get a relationship, cheat and go tell her. See, I'm the type to walk in the bank, have a relationship with the teller. Like a traffic light that stuck on red, I cannot go for nothing. Ask my mama about her oldest son. She know before I starve, I get it with force just like I'm Obi-Wan. If I'm feeling stuck, I jump in a book, then I go learn me something. You nigga be dumb as hell. Till you can be the toughest, I'ma be the smartest nigga. Yeah, it took him a while to get my art, my shit not artificial. You could blow up, fake it fast, your shit gon' probably fall off quicker. Yeah, my shit is infinite, just like an 8 whenever you flip it to sideways. Nigga, I pullin' profit, just like niggas pullin' driveways. I can't take the high road, nigga, this the road that I paid. I can't say too much about it, I thought I told you crime pays. Thought I told you. Hey, every move is calculated, I do numbers calculator. You don't got my cash or payment, push it, boy, I'ma catch you later. Riding with that soul snatcher, just in case I catch a hater. I don't need a entourage, I come by myself like a masturbator. Bitches say I'm captivating, but you know I ain't Captain Saver. I might pull up roof missing, the whip done got decapitated. Take a bad bitch and I grip her firm and tell her affirmation like, hey, you bad as fuck. Y'all thought I'd be playing when I said they be trying to kick me out the mouth and shit.
Spit the 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by bowler. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 for Miss Pinky Bongles in my pinky ring. Spit the 50 for the fruit of bubbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Yes, diamonds from Africa. Akon boogers in my picker ring. 2 blue fake rollers on my wrist side me. I start my bezel with a 50 piece. Flavor Bobby Brown and wit. I been wings still going in my kit. Peacock diamonds on all of my bitches. Yeah, they go hard in the kid. In the kitchen whipping. Can you hear me that diamonds in my ear? Bitch wanna fuck with no clear. Turn the bitch on the real BB chandelier. Nigerian trafficker, diamond from Africa. Giuseppe Zebras on my feet is a shocker. Bitch, I'm a chopper, turn rap. Kitchen with the gas, throwing away the brick wrap. Still with the get a nigga kidnapped. Put a bundle of blue hunters on a nigga fitted cap. The show, wrist make him go crush his stone. Looking like he got beat by Moses Malone. Fugazi Cubans in your Cuban link. Boy, your jeweler must be making diamonds at home. Hell is you doing? The fuck is you on? Sun outside, got clouds in your stone. Spin the fit on your wrist and that bitch ain't a roller. But they treat your ass out a whole lot of guacamole. Long way. It on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by bowler. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spin the 50 for Miss Pinky Boogers in my pinky ring. Spin the 50 for the fruit of bubbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Diamonds from Africa.
Giuseppe stepping in safari. Just straight from the plane. Hop in the Rari. Diamond shopping in the tropical forest. My life like a movie, just my money. Came a long way for chicken. Expect to get the double law coming. With so many dead guys in my dump. Nigga better go call the go bus. Ain't even had to say nothing. She looked at my watch and she know I hustle. Damn nigga, feel sorry for it. Your bitch in my line and I ain't gon' fuck. Plugging, no trust and no love. My neck and my watch it cuss. On the socket I go around plugging young niggas. They come to your hood and start done. So many diamonds I look like a rap. Me and Pee-wee, we gon' see the ambassador. Come back with bricks, bam, strong, nigga. You be flexed like a wrestler. Cut it. Diamond came in the nation. Rockin' my jellies and 50 that fashion. Got my name in the harassing. They keep seeing me though, I got it been
The 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by bowler. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 for Miss Pinky Boogers in my pinky ring. Diamonds up forever.
All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. I'm your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see you guys in the building, man. We right back at it. Sunday night for you guys, Monday for me. You know what I'm saying? Right back on it, like a hornet. You dig what I'm saying? Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. Good to see you, broski. Shout outs to Tampa Supreme. What's going on, player? Shout outs to Paul. What's good, broski? Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. I can't see your comment, but I see it on the screen here. I don't know if you deleted it. But shout outs to Cynical One here. I don't see it coming up. But shout outs to everybody here. You know, we in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. As always, getting back into, you know, where we left off on the last show. You know, shout outs to Paul. Yeah, we were talking about Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? We were talking a little bit about Elon Musk and, you know, how he's trying to start a new political party. And over the last couple hours, man, since I've been up, man, I've been seeing a lot of people actually, you know, start doing shows on the same topic. You know, they're like, oh, you know, can Elon Musk, you know, really have a political party against Trump? We might go over his stream, depending on where this stream goes. I saw Jason Black is doing a stream on it. And just some other stuff to cover too, you know. We'll wait till a couple people come through before we get into the politics, because I would like to hear you guys, you know, y'all opinion on it. You know, would you guys be interested in hearing what Elon's talking about? And then at the same time, you know, a lot of stuff is changing. You know, a lot of things are coming into play. You know, like AI and, you know, the newer generation coming into the, you know, into politics and stuff like that, if that's what you want to call it. You know, I'm looking at politics right before our eyes get turned into content, more so than actual politics. You know, so it's a lot going on. You know, we're living in some interesting times for sure. So, there's a couple of stuff we could cover. Gonna tap in with the Whatever podcast. See what Myron is up to. Got some other stuff to go over. Man, some stuff that we were talking about before started popping up on my timeline. I saw Coach Greg Adams talking about stuff that literally we were talking about in less than 24 hours. I'm convinced, you know, I'm probably cool with one of his troll accounts or something like that. I don't know. You know, can't be that, you know, coincidental. You know, I don't know how coincidences work like that. You know what I'm saying? I got a spiritual side to me, but I don't know. Certain things aren't coincidence. You know, we talking about when dating was ruined, and I'm giving y'all an accurate timeline, and then all of a sudden this shit is popping up all over the place. It's like, what? What's going on, Toya? How was your 4th of July weekend? I'm glad to see you here, and everything is good. Man, have you guys heard what's going on in Texas? You know, a lot of people were getting mad at Donald Trump, saying that the man out here living his best life in golfing while Texas is flooding and shit like that. And, you know, Maybe it was the right time to get up out of Texas. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know. Oh man. Oh, Toya, that's crazy, man. Why would you do that? I already know where you. Oh my God, Toya, no. That joke came in handy, you know. Man, prayers to 4Extra, you know. Somebody was saying that he lost 3 of his fingers. I don't know. Wax said his whole palm gone. You know, we might get into that a little bit later. We did do an update, but they say he's still talking shit. They say he still got knuckles. I don't know if he got knuckles, man. But bro might need a power glove or something. You know, a Thanos arm or something. He turned himself into Barrett. You know what I'm saying? From Final Fantasy and stuff like that. You know, I don't know what's up with people losing their limbs and their hands and stuff, but you know, prayers to him. You know, thank God. You know, thank the Lord. I got all my fingers and toes and stuff like that, and able body. You know, to go get it. You know, a lot of stuff going on in the world today, y'all. Like I said, you know, y'all got to make sure y'all stay in the crib. Not that y'all scared of anything, but nah, it's other people. You know, it's kind of like driving. You know how to drive, and that's good and all dandy and shit, but it's other people. You know, so I heard somebody else's Facebook decided also. Somebody said that it blew up as soon as he lit it. Then other people were saying, oh, he was in a car. All kinds of shit was going on, you know. I guess old boy tried to throw it at somebody, or I don't know. Y'all got to be careful around black people, man. Especially with these damn fireworks and stuff like that, you know. I got a homeboy, and he shot a couple of our music videos and stuff like that. And I'm like, bro, he ended up buying a drone after I paid for one video shoot. And I was telling him, I'm like, bro, I don't know how you do that shit, because first of all, you know, first of all, I don't know how to be a cameraman, you know, especially shooting drill videos and all kinds of stupid shit. No nigga finna point no damn gun at me. You know what I'm saying? Especially for free. So, but anyway, we're gonna get into it. A lot of people, they going in on a couple of people, man. I see people going in on Doechii. I don't know where she was, but I can only imagine. She was at some type of show recently, and she was like humping the floor and moaning and all kinds of ridiculous shit. You know what I'm saying? And people like, oh, you know, Doechii, you know, she's doing she was humiliating herself, and oh, she's Lizzo times 2 and shit like that. I don't know what's going on with Doechii. You know, I have no idea what's going on with Doechii. You know, like I said, I liked her on Isaiah Rashad's album though. I was playing a song from Isaiah Rashad's album. She had a good little feature on there on one of my favorite songs. I totally forgot it was her, honestly. But she's going off the deep end, man. I don't like these new feminists. Like, these new feminists, they're I don't know what's wrong with them. You know, most feminists don't really have that much sense when it comes to it. You know, especially if they're playing dumb or You know what I'm saying? Or they just got an agenda and they got a bluff and stuff like that. I could dig that, you know. But these new ones now, they're just straight up. I don't know. They just straight up. Oh, I wouldn't. Well, you can't use the word straight, but they're just up. You know. So I'm not sure what's going on with these new age feminists. You know, they don't really have that much going on. If I'm not mistaken, I think a couple of years is coming up. Because, you know, like I was telling you guys, they get to a point where their movement don't even really serve them, so they got to lay low for a minute and not turn it off, but more so turn it down. And they go into hiding a little bit, and then they become what's called womanist and stuff like that. They do the whole womanist thing, you know. So it gets a little goofy, you know. You know, it's funny. It's funny that you say that, Toya. I mean, you know, and I don't blame I don't blame women for being feminine. You know, I mean, y'all get lied to, you know, and then reinforce those lies to yourself just as much as men do. And then at the same time, too, you can't hate on women for being team women, you know, and especially if you black, you know, the lies and shit in delusion is in overtime. And then you're young, you know what I'm saying? You're young. But you know, it's funny, a white woman literally came out there and said the same thing. But like she literally, and I think she was on the whatever podcast, but like she was like a stud. But she kind of was like a femme stud. Like she still looked feminine, so it wasn't like she was like a butch. But she literally said the same thing. She was like, "Oh, I thought I was a feminist. I had the whole hair thing going on. You know what I'm saying? I was, you know, I had the haircut. I dyed my hair. I did this, you know what I'm saying? I did that." And she said until she got in her 30s and 40s, she was like, none of that shit meant nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dang, you know, I can only imagine. I mean, you know, how much women, you know, when they get a little bit older, some of them get married, some of them have kids or whatever, and some of them are still feminists, but they kind of just abandon. You know, it's like abandoning the gang. And I'm glad that you brought that up because we're talking about new political parties on today's show, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I was talking about the wall of silence. I'm gonna get back to the, you know, to my analogy using the young lady, but I was trying to I was talking about the wall of silence the other day, and I kind of wanted to like illustrate and show you guys like how a lot of the red pill stuff, not necessarily the red pill stuff, what's going on UFO, but like how a lot of this stuff basically, especially on the black side, turn into gang, you know, or some type of gang banging. You know what I'm saying? And it really ain't really necessarily too much gang banging. It's just, you know, a lot of people looking for an identity, especially in your 20s. And the crazy part that in your 20s, and just not even all up into your adulthood now. You know, we're going to get into it, you know, what I'm talking about a little bit later on in the show. Please, y'all, hit the like button, support the show. I really go out of my way to bring y'all content. If you guys can please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Everything helps, you know. But you know, I wanted to tell you guys and actually, you know, go into the details in the game about how identity crisis, y'all, is going to get even more crazier. You know, especially with the younger generation. So imagine growing up, right? And the internet's a thing. I mean, it was a thing for us, being a millennial, the internet was a thing for us. We were creating avatars and stuff like that. But we had a social life before social media. And people are still living and operating in the quote unquote analog world. And some people are rejecting the avatar or the persona that they've made online because it doesn't really translate or it doesn't really carry over into the analog world. And the same thing politically, with their political views and stuff like that. We're going to talk about it on today's show. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. It's the same thing with the political views and all kinds of other different things, right? And when this lesbian lady was saying that, it didn't mean anything. Yeah, a lot of people, start, especially with the feminist movement, a lot of them start abandoning that shit. And some women, if they're still holding on to that feminist ideology that they had in their 20s, and they find themselves in their late 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe even 60s, there's a great chance that they're bitter. You see, when you're young, you can call it hate. You know what I'm saying? When you're young, you can call it hate. You know what I'm saying? But aged hate, nah, that takes on a different beast in and of itself. Aged hate is bitterness. Aged hate is bitterness. Straight up. So you said life gets real. Yeah, absolutely. It gets real to the point that you can't even lie to yourself no more. It's like, all right, now I gotta do something. Shit'll get off the pot. And then not even that, a lot of women find out the hard way when they start getting girlfriends. I was looking at this video. Let me see if I can find it. It was on YouTube, actually. I got so much, hold on. Yeah, we got some more casting videos coming up. Hold on, y'all. You might even look at, Chemical Ali. Hold on, y'all. All right, here we go. I can share this quick. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show, y'all. Getting started.
Look at this. 5 ways and y'all eating good, and I only had lettuce and water. Okay. I mean, I tasted your stuff, but this is what we do. We meal and then we leave. Okay. We not about to do. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm not doing that. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, you knew we was coming out here.
here today.
Okay, well,
like you knew that.
Okay, well, if y'all feel like that, you know what? Y'all ain't even got to take me back to my car because I can Uber. I can Uber, and I'm not.
Girl, if you can Uber, you can help with this bill.
Okay, happy birthday to you. Sorry.
This is wild.
Now, they going off on her because she didn't want to, you know, and girls do this. Y'all go out to eat and stuff like that and then be ordering wine and big ass shit on the menu and shit like that. And then be like, hey, look, we gonna split the bill. And it's like, no. No. And they do this amongst themselves, fellas. Look, this guy in the comments said some real shit. Hold on. Somebody said calling her broke while they're trying to get her to pay for their meal. Laugh out loud. Eating out in groups, payment, or bills should be discussed ahead of time. Right. This woman is absolutely correct. I believe she's correct. But hold on. Somebody said something. Hold on. Love how she didn't stick around to argue. She made her point and left. That's true. Now, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. This is right. She ordered within her budget. And they should have as well. Right. Because they start going crazy on the damn menu. Now, hold on. Yeah, they recorded her like she was in the wrong. Hold on. Now, somebody here said something which was true. They were like, this girl said, pay for your own meals. I'm not paying for someone's steak and wine, and I'm drinking water and salad. I was invited to a lunch with a group of well-off people. They told me ahead of time. They split the check equally. I declined. You said, I was on a really tight budget and packed my lunch. Now, somebody here said that, look, women call men cheap for not paying for their meal, but put 5 women in a restaurant with no men and see how the rules never change. He said they shame each other for not paying for each other's meals. That's my fucking asshole. Now, somebody here said they used to do this with men. Now they're eating their own. Now, this happens amongst women. I'm telling you.
Y'all ain't finna force me to pay 5 ways and y'all eating good and I only had lettuce and water. Okay. I mean, I tasted your stuff, but this is what we do. We meal and then we leave. Okay. We have about to do. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, I pay.
You knew we was coming out here today.
Okay, well,
like you knew that.
Okay, well, if y'all feel like that, you know what? Y'all ain't even got to take me back to my car because I can Uber. I can Uber, and I'm not.
Girl, if you can Uber, you can help this bill.
Okay, happy birthday to you. Sorry.
This is wild.
Y'all ain't finna force me to pay 5 ways and y'all eating good and I only had lettuce and water.
You said we got some rich prick interested in buying property from us, but wants to move through an attorney instead of introducing themselves directly. Fuck them. Uh-oh, what happened, UFO? But yeah, you know, I'm with Shorty. I don't, you know, she's not wrong. But I'm gonna tell you the truth though. Her girlfriends, she's probably the one her girlfriends talk shit about when she not around. Or when she around. You know, and I'm telling y'all, ladies, y'all have a lot of fake fucking friends. And not even. Life gets real. You know, some of y'all, you know, if y'all girlfriend or homegirl go get a boyfriend, you ain't gonna hear from that girl ever again until that nigga done broke her heart or something happened. Real talk. You ain't gonna hear from her ever again. Now give me 1 second. This thing just dropped. Shout outs to Flacco. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check this out real quick.
Cassie just received the worst possible news she could have ever gotten. And
Hold on.
Cassie just received the worst possible news she could have ever gotten. And this is coming days after Diddy was acquitted on charges accusing him of trafficking her. This new development could bankrupt Cassie and take away all $30 million that she received for being a victim of Diddy. Back in 2024, when the feds were investigating Diddy for racketeering, trafficking, among other charges, they had a conversation with Cassie. Cassie was cooperative, and the feds asked Cassie to give them a list of names of the male escorts that her and Diddy had freak offs with. Cassie gave the feds a bunch of names. A lot of the names that Cassie gave was brought up at trial, and some of them was called to testify, one of them being the Punisher. And all the escorts that were called to testify during the Diddy trial, they all testified that Cassie was who booked them and Cassie was who paid.
Now, if y'all don't know, Cassie was dealing with the escorts on her own time and on her own terms and stuff like that. She was even dealing with the escorts even when Diddy wasn't around. Sadly enough, Diddy gets blamed for it, right? So she got pregnant by one of them. You know, she got pregnant by one of them, and she deleted the kid. He said she gave him some stuff, all kinds of stuff going on. And he himself said she should have went and sat down. Same thing I said. But I think, and it may not, well, it is Cassie, because I think she has a separate letter. But her lawyer and other people are writing the judge, letters and stuff like that, because, as soon as Diddy could be let out today, they were trying to get him let out the same day, basically on parole or whatever. And then they said that he has a sentencing coming up in October, where he might get time served and some other stuff, So we'll see how that goes. But she wants him to stay in jail. She definitely wants him to stay in jail.
One escort in particular, Clayton Howard, he took it beyond Cassie just booking him. See, Clayton has a great deal of resentment for Cassie because he feels like Cassie involved him in something by giving his name to the feds that he didn't want to be involved in. So when he spoke to the feds, he went out of his way to notify the feds that he believed that Cassie was a co-conspirator, that Cassie was just as bad as Diddy, and that Cassie used Diddy power to torment the lives of other people.
One, I was in an economic position where I really needed the money. Two, Mr. Combs is incredibly powerful, and Miss Ventura had no problem in her use of that power, which has actually been revealed now because we've heard recordings of her threatening people. We've seen text messages. There are many different sides to people, and even Cassie is a normal individual. She has herself. There is a side to her that people don't know, the side that manipulated Sean Combs' power, the side that embraced his power and his position to do things that she wanted.
He really going for the bag. So this case, like I said, this case is gonna get interesting because when she was doing it, it was okay. Let's see how people change up when it's a man that's doing it. And then the man was a gigolo, and he said he was only a gigolo for like 2 months or something like that.
So I was always afraid if I stopped coming, then I would start having problems, because she threatened me several times not to come and made me feel uncomfortable that I would come to see her just to avoid any problem with Sean Combs. He's incredibly powerful. He has people that could follow me around, damaging my life for years, and it would cost him nothing to do it. So I want to say I continued in the situation, but not as much. There was many times that I did stall them, flake on them as the word goes, and not show up. But I kept the relationship strong enough that they never thought I was trying to turn on them or betray their secret.
Obviously, because he feels this way and has these opinions on Cassie, he was never called to testify, because it don't look great for your case as a prosecutor to say that Diddy trafficked Cassie when this man is saying that Cassie was just as bad as Diddy in his dealings with Diddy and Cassie. So he was never called to testify. He was brought up in trial. They say that him and Cassie was involved at the Four Seasons, but his testimony, his statements made to the feds was never brought up at trial. He wanted to testify because he had plans on outing Cassie before the trial and during the trial, but the feds did not allow it. Now, here's where things begin to get very tricky.
Oh, look, the feds covering up some more crimes.
And we begin to witness some foul play at work here. See, his lawyer was Tyrone Blackburn, the same lawyer who represents Lil Rod. Lil Rod was one of the first people who sued Diddy. The feds actually used Lil Rod's lawsuit against Diddy to help structure this RICO case. So the feds was working with Tyrone Blackburn to make sure that his client, Clayton Howard, don't come out during the trial and don't speak out against Cassie and stays quiet until this trial is over. So Tyrone Blackburn was giving Clayton Howard the runaround when Clayton Howard was telling Tyrone he was ready to file a lawsuit against Cassie while the trial was going on.
I have been trying to file litigation for this matter against Sean Combs and Cassie since, I want to say, March of 2024, maybe February. But I was represented by Tyrone Blackburn. And Tyrone Blackburn has a substantial amount of litigation against Sean Combs that the conviction of Sean Combs was dependent on him winning a lot of his civil cases. My attorney intentionally held the filing back to protect the credibility of Cassie. Tyrone Blackburn, he intentionally held it back. I have numerous communications to him where I am directly informing him to file. He would talk to the prosecutors and then he would duck me for weeks and not file the lawsuit. So this is why it was never filed.
Tyrone also represented Lil Rod and other people. So on top of the feds pressuring him to not blow this and to not allow this guy to file litigation against Cassie before the trial is over, he is also incentivized for a guilty verdict to come for Diddy, because he wants, for this guilty verdict to be in place, so then he could take this guilty verdict, take it to a civil court, and get a lot of money for his other victims who were involved with Diddy. So Tyrone Blackburn was also incentivized for him not to sue Cassie as well, because once you put Cassie's credibility at question, that right there is the foundation of this entire RICO against Diddy. When Cassie falls, the case falls. And also, too, if the defense attorney gets wind that this dude is trying to sue Cassie, they would just call him in as a witness and have him testify to everything he's telling TMZ right now. So Clayton eventually realizes,
damn, TMZ got a hold of him.
Tyrone is stalling him, so that he fires Tyrone and files the lawsuit eventually. His lawsuit is predicated on the Adult Survivors Act and also the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, where he will list Diddy and Cassie as co-conspirators. Here's where Cassie may be in trouble. So the law allows human trafficking victims with a right to sue those responsible for their trafficking. However, even if the courts
and he was the
find
actual
that
sex
Cassie,
worker,
isn't directly responsible for this dude being trafficked, it was expanded in 2008 to specifically include trafficking survivors and allow victims to sue anyone who knowingly benefited financially or by receiving anything of value from the trafficking crimes committed against them. This can include the buyer of the Commercial Sex Act. Diddy was found not guilty in criminal court of trafficking Cassie. The court listed Cassie as an equal participator in this. And if Cassie was the one who was paying these dues, she was the one who executed the transaction. She paid for the Commercial Sex Acts. But beyond that, if they don't want to give her, she paid for the Commercial Sex Act, she undoubtedly benefited from this. She testified in court that Diddy gave her gifts. Diddy rewarded her. Diddy paid for her home. Diddy bought her expensive trips because she would engage in these free calls. That came with a $500,000 trip at Chanel. that came with cars, that came with houses. So undoubtedly here, Cassie is culpable in some way. And if you're Cassie and you're the public recipient of $30 million due to being the victim of Diddy, now you have a lot of people who was looking at that $30 million and thinking, I want a portion of that pie. Clayton Howard is just the first. If he is successful,
and that's crazy because it's a separate case. It's a separate case. Ooh, scandalous.
Trust and believe, bro. The hundreds of men that were involved in these free calls, they're coming out the woodworks too. And Cassie is now about to see herself in a situation like Diddy. Once one person sue, the entire army is coming, bro. The entire village want to cut. But I was able to recover Clayton Howard's lawsuit, and we're going to go through exactly what accusations he's making against Cassie. He accused Cassie of trafficking him for commercial sex purposes, luring him with promises of gifts and favors, transporting him across state lines for prolonged sexual encounters. She allegedly held him for days using coercion and fraud to keep him under control. She pressured and threatened Howard to make himself available for these encounters, using financial compensation and isolation tactics to ensure compliance. Now, she would apparently withhold his clothing and phone so he wouldn't leave and he would stay for these prolonged encounters. If you closed your eyes as I read that, you would have probably almost thought like I was reading a lawsuit from Cassie to Diddy. Because what he is accusing Cassie of is exactly what Cassie is accusing Diddy of. He will lay claim that he was drugged and manipulated by Cassie, right, and even claiming that Cassie admitted to drugging him. So Ventura allegedly drugged like Howard Clayton with controlled substances, including MDMA, at triple the dosage she consumed to lower his inhibitions to facilitate sexual exploitation. She admitted to drugging him after he confronted her about an incident that left him disoriented and ill. She provided Howard with substances like ecstasy and marijuana to keep him awake and compliant during encounters, manipulating him into continued participation. The argument that a lot of people will have that if this is true is that Cassie was acting on behalf of Diddy. Cassie was just doing things to make sure that Diddy enjoyed himself.
And that's crazy. Because here you got Diddy Jr. doing the same thing to somebody else, and they still got to blame it on the man that wasn't even there. Because she messed around with these guys when he was gone. Keep herself sedated.
And she was just carrying out acts or favors for Diddy. But then we have to go back to the racketeering and to the RICO that Diddy was charged with. If it's a criminal organization, then there are people under that organization who did things. The reason why Diddy had no co-conspirators was because the co-conspirator was also the alleged victim. So if Cassie was doing these things on behalf of Diddy or at the direction of Diddy, that don't make her any less responsible. She's still responsible for doing these things to someone if these things are true. When I got to this part of the lawsuit, I fell out.
But the government is a big ass simp too. And like I said, a lot of these women are basically big tipsters for the government. This is why they give them immunity.
My chair. I would think that if I'm like an escort and I'm dealing with Cassie and Diddy, the least of my worries is I could catch something. These people are extremely wealthy at the top echelon of society. I don't think they would be carrying STDs around, but apparently I was wrong. Because according to Clayton Howard, Ventura initiated and insisted on unprotected sexual contact, disregarded Howard's safety, which led him to contracting chlamydia from her. When she was in court, Cassie did say that like she had like extreme like infections that like it would go like weeks. Her vagina will still be hurting, and that Diddy won't.
You said, yo, I thought you said you got flagged. Scared the shit out of me, Jalen. How you get flagged, bro? Shout out to Jalen in the building. Paul says, gotta be a simp to abide by U.S. laws. Absolutely. And still get crushed. Paul says, so Diddy, 20 years, Cassie, no charge. UFO says, your attorney can look over shit after we agree on the deal before signing or anything, but your attorney as some kind of buffer is punctured. Yeah. That's an intimidation tactic.
He was trying to get it killed up quickly so he could get back to freak off. So she already admitted in court that she would have these like infections so bad that after a while, like the medication was no longer working, and like that's how frequently she was getting these infections. Now she later admitted, according to him, to contracting the STD and blamed.
Oh yeah, you playing around, man. You know, Kanye hanging out with Fuentes and all kinds of stuff, man. You gotta be careful.
Diddy's infidelity, showing reckless regard for Clayton's health. Her action resulted. Now this is where it gets a little messy, okay? Now he's claiming that he got her pregnant, and he's claiming that she aborted the pregnancy without informing him until later, continuing to demand unprotected sex. Now listen, bro, this is just trifling. Now you really can't sue someone for terminating your baby, especially not in the US. But yo, that just goes to show like how reckless Cassie was, specifically for her own personal autonomy. You reckless, bro. You getting pregnant, like you're not on birth. Like, bro, what's going on? I would think, bro, yo, if Diddy had numerous men busting loads in you, bro, like you would at least, I don't know, bro, get the tubes tied, get birth control, something, man. But you getting pregnant, STDs allegedly, my God. According to him, Cassie will record him in compromising positions without his consent, using these recordings for her and Diddy's mutual gratification. When confronted, she justified the recordings by demonstrating her enjoyment of them, further manipulating Howard. Because there were times, by the way, where like Cassie.
So I guess he's trying to say that she basically blackmailing him.
And the escorts would do things by themselves when Diddy couldn't make it, and she would record it, I guess. Now, deception and false pretenses. Ventura concealed her identity by using the alias Jackie Star and misrepresented her relationship with Cole, claiming they were married to entice Howard into sexual encounters. In court, Cassie would testify that Diddy made her do it unprotected. However, in this lawsuit, this is why we begin to see why they didn't want this man on that stand, because he testified she lied to Diddy about reviewing Clayton's STD results to justify unprotected egg, pressuring Howard to continue despite his objections. Diddy was just convicted for transporting Cassie to engage in a freak-off, violating the Man's Act. So if Cassie transported these dudes to engage in a freak-off, then she violated the Man's Act too. Now, a lot of people in this country, well, the majority probably thinks Cassie is a victim in this trafficking scenario. Now, Cassie was a victim of domestic violence, 100%, no doubt. We witnessed it firsthand. But a lot of other people do believe that Cassie was also a victim of trafficking. So when he filed his lawsuit against Cassie, the people who believe that Cassie is a victim of trafficking, they've been really hard on this dude. I mean, they've been doxing him, they've been attacking him online, calling him a bum. So he made a video speaking up for himself, and here's what he had to say.
So good morning. I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me. So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't have
8 years.
To be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy. Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth. She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship. So in essence, those out there who want to hate on me, who want to say that I'm attacking Cassie, you should realize the truth, that Cassandra Ventura, your idol, did this to herself. She exposed herself to liability when she got on the stand and decided to mention me as the male escort who was with her when she overdosed and Diddy made her have sex with him. That was a lie, people. Cassie had just woke up from sleeping 8 hours. Myself and Sean Combs were exhausted. We wanted to go home. Cassie's the one who forced that sexual encounter. People, she tells you that Sean Combs made her have sex on her menstrual cycle. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I know the one time that did happen, that Sean Combs was not responsible for that Cassie, in a drunken, intoxicated, hormonally imbalanced state due to her period, manipulated and forced herself on me during her menstrual cycle. And what I mean by that is I had no knowledge she was on her menstrual cycle because the room was completely dark. She manipulated the room.
Imagine doing some freaky things when you were younger to make some extra cash.
That room probably smelled like copper and batteries. Man, something smelled like a Duracell. Something.
But then you grew up and you moved on. You became a social activist. You're now protesting against the police, protesting political causes. And then you look up and your name is being listed in the biggest case, probably in like the modern era, listing you as a male escort, listing all the nasty things you did for money 10, 20 years ago.
Oh my God.
I think you'll be upset too, and you'll probably have a vendetta against the person who brought this upon your life. You'll probably hate the person who dug everything up and brought you right back into this when you were trying to move on. Because, yo, you can find multiple videos about him protesting the police, protesting against the police, you know, like protesting police brutality. So it looks like he was trying to be at least an activist or at least get into politics. But now those prospects is over with, bro. Can you imagine voting for a mayor who was raw dogging Cassie in front of Diddy? Like, cut it out, bro. Like, that day is over with. Like, those days is done for. So, listen, man, I don't know. The vendetta against Cassie does throw a wrench into this, because having this much vendetta and hatred for Cassie would probably,
settle out.
I don't know, incentivize you to kind of add some juice to some things regarding Cassie and Diddy. But I guess we'll find out. Telling the truth about Cassie. Do y'all believe that Cassie owed this man some paper? Let me know, man. What I will tell Cassie, man, is put that money up, because if he's successful, you're not gonna have a laundry list of people coming to get your money. All right, but y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think? If you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my screen to find out how the 4 extra
Oh man,
situation just got a whole lot worse.
hold on. Let's see if this is a new video actually, because we've been keeping up with it. Shout outs to Flacco. Flacco been doing a good
We're
job.
back.
Hold on.
I don't have a name yet for
Yes,
this 4
it
extra
is.
series, but this situation is so horrific, it could officially qualify as a true crime. I think I found a name for this series. I'm thinking Handful of Sparks, the tragedy in LA that blew us away. I'm thinking that's a pretty good name for the series. All right, but let's get back to where we left off in our last
That's
video.
messed up.
We discussed how 4 Extra blew his hands off playing with fireworks in LA. We all found out that 4 Extra blew his hands off right around
All right, we should be back. I don't know what the hell just happened. Give me 1 second, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. I don't know what's going on. Please hit the like button. Also, support the show. Can fix this issue. Let's get. I don't know what the hell just happened. Let's do this real quick. What the hell is Fitzgerald?
Have hands because the other lost a couple of fingers has to be one of the most iconic pictures in LA history. This is a picture that we will show our kids in 50 years. This is insane. It had to have been the most searched Googled picture yesterday in the world. This was big enough for Lamar Jackson to react to this. Lamar Jackson sent 4Extra his condolences. Dang 4Extra, y'all be safe with them fireworks. But with good news also come bad news, because when people went back to the scene that everything happened, they found 4Extra fingers still at the scene.
Yeah, this was a
I don't know
gruesome
what's
picture.
going on in LA. I know there's like the trash men, they are currently on boycott in Philly, but that's not extending to the West Coast. It makes no sense and no sense whatsoever how something like this will happen at the crime scene. The police came, I would imagine they came because they had to have, come to see what was going on. If there's rumors of people, faces being blown off and hands being blown off, and the police came and nobody decided, hey bruh, let's pick up the fingers that got blown off this man. This is absurd. But also too, with this picture, we also got an idea of how many fingers 4Extra's lost, and it's looking a lot worse than we originally thought. We were originally told that 4Extra only lost 2 fingers. That's not true at all. No, he lost a thumb and 2 fingers. So he has 2 fingers left. It's also been confirmed, and this is like the worst news yet, it's his right hand that was injured. his knockout hand, his dominant hand. To me, the ops is throwing a party right now, bro. They celebrating, homie. That they don't gotta get terrorized no more by that knockout power, bro. They don't gotta see that.
So they're saying that they're saying that he's still got 3 fingers. I don't know about that. Somebody said his palm is gone. His girlfriend sent the message from him saying that he's still gonna knock niggas out. There's a lot going on. Let's get into it.
In the county no more.
Hey, Bradesky, tell Fo Nubs I challenge him to a handball match.
Now, Aaron the Plumber walked this back today, a couple hours ago, but we'll talk about it.
Let's see who can juggle better in a real way.
This actually got Aaron the Plumber a great deal of backlash. People just didn't respect it. One, his fans ain't respected, and people who love 4Extra, like the gangbangers, they ain't respected. It came across as cruel and unnecessary. I believe people were giving him backlash because people understand the origins of Aaron the Plumber and 4Extra beef. Their beef is strictly content. Their beef is about a celebrity boxing match. They don't have real life issues. They don't have real life beef. They're not real life ops. 4Extra or Aaron the Plumber hasn't hurt the other person's family members or friends. So to do this in this
What's going on, Black Savant?
situation where a real life thing happens with 4Extra, where 4Extra could potentially lose his life or have potential to lose his life over the situation, to mock it and laugh at it, it came across as cruel and people just didn't respect it. His own audience was letting him know that what he was doing was wrong. One user is level to this game said, Aaron, I support your movement, but don't make fun of these situations because karma can come back in a real way. He's 100% right. A lot of y'all gotta understand, bro, there's power that lie in the tongue, yo. What you say can literally determine your fate. Now, 1700 Mitch says, don't speak on bro because you were scared to fight him when he had 2 hands. I don't think like he was scared to fight him. I feel like if Aaron the Plumber and 4Extra was, let's say, at a bar and Aaron the Plumber felt disrespected, he would have probably fought 4Extra. But if you're 4Extra or if you're Aaron the Plumber and your momentum is predicated on people thinking you could fight and you're tough, then you really don't want to take a risky fight and kind of risk that, right? Kind of like how Flo Mayweather kind of picked and choose his fights for over a decade because he don't want to risk losing and then losing the bag. Aaron the Plumber believes that he has the moral right to make fun of 4Extra in his hands because 4Extra is aligning himself with who he will call the devil, which is Adam 22.
Hey, you see what happens, Bradesky, when you do the devil's work? You know what I'm saying? You surround yourself with people like Adam 16 in a real way. Adam 16 probably gave him them fireworks in a real way. Bradesky, kabloom, this hand, there you go. Ooh, whiskey, you're done for, Bradesky. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to be a big bad wolf, trying to bully people. You see how you did 607? Kabloom. Now he need 4 extra fingers, you know what I'm saying? Call that man 4 nubs in a real way. Bradesky finna be walking like this.
We gotta shut down this narrative that 4Extra somehow was bullying 607 Ugg. That's not the case at all, bruh. 607 Ugg went on
He was
like an interview spree talking about 4Extra, calling him gay, and 4Extra told him, hey, bruh, if you do that again, I will sock you out. To me, if that's bullying, bruh, then any and everything in the world is bullying, bruh. If someone disrespects you and
What's going on, New? Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. What's going on, party? Shout outs to the real ones in the building. Good to see you guys. Lot of stuff to cover, y'all. Let's get it.
and you respond back, you're bullied. Anyone who's smaller than you, they now have the right to say whatever they got to say about you, bro, and you can't do nothing about it if that's bullying. Yesterday, we covered how 607 Ung posted a couple of IG stories implying that he's responsible for 4Extra losing his hand. On one story, he played a song called Voodoo Rav. Obviously, the devil emoji with the hand over the face is dissing 4Extra. Then you have the skull with the blue rag on the skull, him implying that he's responsible. But today, he also posted a couple more stories implying that he's responsible for 4Extra's demise. Ung posted this story earlier today. Do not touch my anointed ones, do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105:15. He also posted this where, you know, he posted like some type of voodoo the pyramid thing, implying that he's this mystical prophet and that 4Extra is currently hurt because 4Extra crossed him, which, some people, to be honest, like a lot of people believe this. I got a lot of flack by saying I don't really believe in voodoo like that, but I do know a lot of people do, so I don't really want to encroach on anyone's belief. If you do believe in voodoo, please don't take it out against me because I say I don't, but a lot of people are saying, spiritual warfare is real and that like Unc is responsible for 4Extra's demise. Rather it's Aaron the Plumber or 607 Unc or the many other ops that's been celebrating, they've been under the understanding that they finally got rid of the 4Extra problem, that they no longer need to be in fear of 4Extra because 4Extra has one hand now. But right when they thought they were safe, right when they thought they could get comfortable, from the dirt he arisen, 4Extra has a message to the ops, and he sent that message through his baby mama. After the anesthesia wore off, 4Extra's first message while being conscious was to his baby mama, and this message was still gonna be able to put hands on these ninjas. Right when y'all thought y'all was comfortable, right when y'all thought y'all was okay to live a life of peace without 4Extra, it looks like those plans have been spoiled, bro. 4Extra is letting his baby mama know that the surgery was successful enough to where he is still gonna be able to knuckle up whatever hands he got left and put it on these ninjas. I know that 4Extra is still partially blind and he still gotta heal up, so he probably ain't ready to catch fades right this moment. But when he heal up, y'all in trouble. And apparently there are dudes who are stepping up in the LA gangbang world, in the LA streets, to take 4Extra back fades until he heal up. So the one dude in particular called Compton Rick Rock, right, an OG from Compton, he's seen that Aaron the Plumber was making fun of 4Extra, and 4Extra right now is going through surgery or just got done surgery. So Compton Rick Rock is now volunteering to fight Aaron the Plumber on behalf of 4Extra,
like a whole bunch
until
of people
4Extra heals up.
But Aaron the Plumber, he did something that was very, very disrespectful yesterday, and I know a lot of people is gonna look at it like, man, what type of dude is you to kick a person when he down? Especially when you wasn't giving that kind of energy when old boy was 100% healthy. Now that he's not 100% healthy, you make a video clowning a man about his injury, saying, do you want to play handball? It's like you really, really getting a kick out of it. And you saying this is all the get back from all the bullying that you did for 4Extras. This is what you said. You calling him a bully because he wanted to get in the ring with you. And some way, somehow, you turned down the fade. Well, at least that's what I got. You turned down the fade. I'm pretty sure other people in the YouTube community can vouch for the same.
Come on, man.
But anyway, Aaron the Plumber, since you want to clout chase, and this is nothing against you. I don't have no personal vendetta to why I want to harm you outside of boxing. You work out, I work out. I might be, I am a little older, I'm pretty sure, so you got the advantage on that. You in 100% shape right now, at least that's what it appeared to look like on the internet. I still got to get up in the gym for about 60 days. Yeah, I got to get up in there about 60 days. I'm ready right now. I'm about 70% right now. If I catch you with a good one, I'm liable to put you to sleep. So listen, man, I thought that other...
Now this dude's a podcaster. So you got a lot of people chasing clout off of this.
People, maybe from 4Extra's community, would have said, you know what? Let me step up and take the challenge. We got other dudes from out that area that's on the internet in the YouTube community. I thought maybe a 600 or something would have said, you know what? I'm a boxer. Aaron the Plumber, I see you over there training. You talking about the homie. I'll take that fade. But you know what? Since I haven't heard anybody step up to the plate yet and said, I'll take that fade from Aaron the Plumber, for disrespecting 4Extras last night, making a mockery out of somebody that's in that type of situation, I'd step up to the plate and I'd challenge you, Aaron the Plumber. I done already hit a couple of people. I done hit Adam 22. I done hit a few more people. And hopefully Uncle Snoop could see this video and say, you know what, I want to invest in some of this also. Just something friendly. It ain't got to be like I say, well, we going to make videos. I want to unalive you, all that, and I poke fun at you. This going to be my only video about this. So if you want to accept the challenge, we could set something up. We could get in the ring.
Yeah,
we could get in the
backface.
backyard. We could put the boxing gloves on.
Even Seti Nash tried to. Seti Nash didn't call out Aaron the Plumber, but he called out 607 Unk, and 607 Unk was like, "It's a play." I don't even know why they still messing with that man if they don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say like they should be afraid of him, but if you were to think that it was voodoo, why are you still approaching this dude? If you don't know what to do, somebody is to put a mojo on you.
Oh no, we could do it MMA style with the, the little, or we could just go bare knuckle. But let's go ahead and get that out the way. I take 4 Extras challenge. I take 4 Extra fade. See, a lot of y'all making fun of dude. I seen a whole lot of people making fun of him.
Now, I got love for Aaron the Plumber. He probably don't like me because I'm linked to No Jumper. But I got love for Aaron the Plumber. Aaron, I'm going to tell you right now, man, stay away from that man right here. Do not box Compton Rick Rock. Ignore it. Act like you never seen it. Just move on, bro. Bro, the first time I met Compton Rick Rock in person, pause, I shook his hand. And as a man, we always do the dap and bring it in to feel somebody's power. I shook like Big Bro's hand and it went in. And I felt some power. Pause. I felt power like I ain't never seen before. I felt power like I never felt before. The pressure from that power, bro, made me stumble a little bit, bro. Discombobulated.
Super gay.
So if I'm being as big as I am, got discombobulated by his power and his pressure, what do you? Oh, no. Aaron is a stocky guy, but Aaron ain't really that big. Aaron like 5'4", 5'5", 170, 180, you feel me? So if I stumble from that pressure, man, Aaron, you my guy, bro. Avoid this smoke, man. But also too, y'all who are speaking on 4 Extra all willy-nilly, man, y'all gotta understand him, bro. 4 Extra got a lot of people behind him. They on the internet, but they not on the internet. Meaning they watching and listening, but they not about to reply or make no threats online, man. So y'all just be careful, bro. All right, count y'all blessings the way y'all dissing, bro. Be careful, because there's a lot of people, man, who when they catch y'all, it's going to be bad work, man. Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, man? Do y'all believe that when 4 Extra hand get back right, he's going to start giving them hell again? Or do y'all feel like, it'll nerfed our boy for good? All right, let me know. Also, too, man, do you guys believe that Aaron the Plumber or 607 Unk have the right to be, making fun of 4 Extra? Let me know, right? And if you're still watching, click on this video right here somewhere on my screen to find out about the podcaster who's scamming past.
All right. And shout out to the podcaster he talking about. That's a crazy story. We're going to get to that probably later on. Hold on,
What's up, everyone?
Hold on.
We're back.
Boy, Zach Pasquarello. I guess Cardi B and Stephon Diggs broke up. All right, give me 1 second, y'all, real quick. All right, we had to kind of deviate off in another topic. You said believing in voodoo is like believing in God. Hey, look, it's not even the whole entity thing. It's whatever you believe can come true, 4 lanes of thought. Now look at this. Y'all know we've been talking about this on Player Talk Radio for years. And we recently was talking about it. Now y'all been killing me with the poach Greg Adams thing. But check this out. Coach Greg Adams posted this earlier. Pay attention.
Let's go into the 2010s. I predict that there's going to be a lot of changes
This
here.
is what destroyed everything. So the 2010s, obviously, Tinder, Bumble comes out 2012. Well, Instagram comes out 2012. Tinder, Bumble, the iPhone 3 comes out. This is the biggest selling iPhone. iPhone 1 and 2 didn't do anything. I think Instagram had a part in that because people were still using Android.
The first iPhone was 2008, 2009. I think the iPhone 4, that was the big one. That came out 2010.
I think it was 3S, then the 4. So this is 2010 going into 2011, 12. So this is when most people are getting an iPhone now. They're turning in their Android. They're turning in their Palm Pilot and their BlackBerry. They're like, it's iPhone, right? So now we have
Blackberries
apps.
are starting to die.
So now we have apps, and the apps work better on the iPhone than they do. So everybody's like, oh, let me see this, right? So Instagram's out 2010, 2012. Tinder, this is hookup culture. So hookup culture for people, many people were born in hookup culture. Hookup culture is brand new, 2012. You can swipe, swipe, swipe. You're not a loser too much anymore for joining Tinder, although people, if you met a girl and then you met her family down the line, you would never say, hey, I met my girl on Tinder. You probably would like, I met her at a coffee shop. It still was passe. But now women can reach. The woman that is considered 4, 5, 6, and 7, she can reach 6-pack ab, muscle. She can reach a guy, and she would hook up.
So remember, we were talking about this, and we were going in on the years. We were talking about Black Planet. We were talking about the early days, Vine. Early days of dating. And I was telling you guys officially, dating and what we call, it basically died in 2015. By 2015, it was dead. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to, social media. And this new model of dating, what we have, right now. And the funny thing is that, we were talking about this in the pickup community back in the day. Especially with text culture and stuff. Into the model of what we have today. Let's get it.
She wouldn't want a relationship with him. She's just trying to get her rocks off underneath. Then she would go find beta man.
So basically this like whole social circle circumference game that they had to adhere to and to avoid being shamed in the 90s and the 2000s, that's gone now. Now that anonymity is finally here that they've been looking for.
They got they could just do undercover at night. 9:30, meet somebody on Instagram, meet somebody on Tinder, come through. Now women will blame the men for this. But I'm telling you, it was them doing this whole thing where they can get their rocks off and, get the sex that they want. Get choked, hair pulled, all the dirty shit that they're watching. Now women are more likely to consume porn at this point because if you were a guy in the 80s and 90s, early 2000s, and you bought a Playboy magazine, women are like, oh, you one of those guys. Now women want to be Playboy models. Now you're seeing model mayhem, and a lot of the women wanting to be models now, and they're saying they want to be models, and you're like,
what the hell?
I think they had a show on E! With Hugh Hefner, and he had 3 girlfriends. Now the women are like, we like that. Paris Hilton's out. We like that. We want to be her. So now they're wanting to be exploring their sexuality a little bit more, being sexually free.
When did Kim have the sex tape again with Ray?
Kim, that was probably late 2009, 2007.
Yeah, like 2007 around there.
But Paris Hilton was before that.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say that like this hookup culture like began basically in 2010, where women were now indiscriminately, they're discriminate, but to a degree,
right?
Where it's like mass, where they're starting to hook up with guys.
They're exploring their sexual freedom.
Because I remember it would be on reality TV a little bit. Like I remember like Jersey Shore and The Real World and all this stuff. Like you would see hookup culture there.
Yeah.
But maybe that was something reserved for television entertainment. Now you're saying now we're saying like normies are doing it now.
The normal woman is now going, I want to get my hair pulled.
Gotcha.
Where before it was like a type of woman. So the woman can say, there's good girls out here, but now the normal woman's going.
Gotcha.
I'm a match with this guy. He's just gonna come through, beat the brakes off of me, and then go. But sex was more free. I think it was like 60s free love. Hookup culture was free love.
And I mean, people were hooking up off the party line. But honestly, them days, if you brought somebody home from the club, you was tripping. If you definitely met somebody off the internet, you was absolutely tripping. All of that stuff was taboo.
Right? It allowed an opportunity for regular women to find the guy they want to bang, the dangerous guy, the bad guy, but not put relationship restrictions on him.
Okay.
At the same time, she's dating me, you.
Now that's true. We talked about that. The new dating rules. You know what I'm saying? Even Facebook, even YouTube had a little bit of dating stuff going on. But yeah, we talked about how the new dating rules dudes had, not even dudes, men and women had less restrictions on them. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have to hold them to a certain candle or a certain, certain dating rules. Like certain dating rules, they were just exempt from it. You could just hook up and go. No
regular
commitment.
women to find the guy they want to bang, the dangerous guy, the bad guy, but not put relationship restrictions on him.
Okay.
At the same time, she's dating me, you, and telling us we need to date them, wait 90 days, want to get married. So she's playing both sides.
So women are also starting to date multiple men now. They're having rosters.
They got rotations and
now
rosters.
they're getting rosters.
Yeah.
Versus they couldn't do that before.
They would lose
because the social circle would find out.
Everybody would find out because I could be like, go to church. Hey, what about Tiffany? Oh man, don't mess with Tiffany. Right now, Tiffany could be out there over here and then also dating over here.
So what would you say? You mentioned a bunch of different dating apps, social media, whatever. But what do you think was the biggest contributor to the hookup culture that began in the 2010s?
Tinder and Instagram. But Instagram wasn't what it was today.
Yeah.
Instagram was a photo filter app.
What about Facebook? Because Facebook is still popular at this point. But would people use it for?
Facebook is a facade. People want to put their best. So people wasn't out there hoeing on Facebook.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you might cheat on your wife on Facebook.
It was.
It's more family.
It's more family oriented. I'm a good person. Here I am.
What about MySpace? Because MySpace was a thing too.
MySpace and Black Planet was a thing. Yeah, that was a thing.
Black Planet?
Now he's capping right there. All right. Facebook wasn't really more family oriented until a little bit later. When Facebook first came out, Facebook was for college students. You had to be in college. That era didn't come until later. Right, party. All right, let's get it. Y'all hit the like button, please. Hit the Cash App. Support the show. Player Talk Radio.
Yeah, it was called Black Planet. Yeah, back in the day. That was now Black Planet. See, what the can I go even further?
Yeah. Okay, I don't even know what the hell is Black Planet.
Whatever the black community does, the greater society will do 5, 10, 15 years down the line.
Yeah.
So the debauchery started with black people on Black Planet. That came out of Freaknik.
Right.
So Black Planet was a place where the was on.
Okay.
And MySpace was kind of along right around the same time. So, but you still weren't really meeting a girl on MySpace and banging her.
Got it.
It was just some girl out there
just chatting.
Yeah, you just chatting with her, and
What?
you really was.
Yes, he was. That's all people were doing as teenagers. Meeting girls on MySpace and banging them. And let me tell y'all something too. What these people leave out. Cause I'm a millennial. Let me tell y'all too what these people leave out. It was the kids that was leading all of this stuff. The kids were meeting on MySpace and all that other stuff. These were like kids and young children that was doing this. The older generation, they didn't know what the hell was going on. They were just starting to get hip to acronyms like LOL and all that other stuff. Back in the day, that was coded language. LOL and BRB. What's going on, DM? They didn't know. We was hooking up off of MySpace, Uvu, MSN Messenger, Black Planet. Yeah, he was off doing his thing. Yeah, kids were codifying all kinds of stuff we was doing then.
Wasn't like, okay, drive out. I'm gonna go see you. She was just a woman out there. Whereas in 2010, 12, 13, Instagram started to become before. And I know a lot of you guys don't remember this. There weren't celebrities on Instagram.
No, there weren't.
Okay, it was there were.
Yeah, AOL Messenger. Yeah, High Five. Oh my God, you went back on that one. Yeah, AIM, AOL Instant Messenger. I forgot about High Five. Yeah, Urban Chat. Come on, man. Somebody need to bring all of that shit back, man.
Instagram celebrities. There were people that were popular. They started getting popular on Instagram. Celebrities still were like, oh, speak to my publicist.
Right.
You know, they would go out and get a paparazzi.
That's a very important distinction.
Very.
That you this whole internet influencer was not a thing.
No.
It wasn't real.
No.
Like you're right. Like the real celebrities were your traditional celebrities.
Yep. Personal trainers.
Yeah.
You know, it really, like, girls weren't dotting. I think at the time it was the whole duck lip.
Yep.
Like, you know, there were.
No, the duck. Oh my God. No, the duck lip didn't come a little bit. The duck lip came later. Girls at the time was doing that thing where they kind of sit in the sink to make their butt look bigger. The duck lip didn't come until mid 2000s, mid 2010s. What's going on, War Master? Shout outs to War Master in the building. Yeah, the duck lip didn't come until a little bit later. Shout outs to War Master. War Master, you done caught us before we get into the politics, man. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Yeah, the duck lips didn't come until a little bit later. You said, I thought I was meeting up with the Asian thing, but she turned out to be some dark-skinned chick. Dog, dog. Party Line was getting people up out of here with the catfish. The big girls always got that soft little girl voice. My friend was like, she ate her voice too. But now the duck lips didn't come until a little bit later. The filters didn't come until a little bit later. The duck lip was late MySpace. The duck lip was late MySpace. MySpace was on the way out. All right,
those
let's
girls.
get it.
Yeah.
So you're starting to see women getting attention doing, you know, scantily clad, you know, like it's kind of, today it would be innocent. Like, you're like, that's what was pop. Yeah, but women started to get a little.
Today it would not be innocent. And I'm not gonna go in on Coach Greg Adams. He was, you know, he was doing his thing. He was doing his thing. But what was going on at that time before the duck lips, the girls were sitting in the sink and trying to make their butt look more big and curved. That's what was happening. Shout outs to War Master. I'm trying to set up my GeForce so we can at least start the video game streams from now. War Master said, unlike some people, I was playing my Xbox. What game are you playing, man? You said monetization broke it, though. True, that's true. What game are you playing these days, War Master? Oh yeah. Y'all know about the Craigslist. Come on.
A bit more. Like, women had to be doing something. They had to be a personal trainer, scantily clad. They couldn't just be like this.
Yeah.
But that changed, 2017, 18.
You know what we'll do? We could do that because the 2010s are so goddamn revolutionary for dating.
He said Call of Duty Infinite pissed me off. It started out fun. The ending had me screaming at my TV. I was going to ask you what the ending was, but you might not want to spoil it. Cynical Backpage didn't come until a little bit later. But like around 2015, oh yeah. Backpage was here. Yeah, around 2015. Like I said, around 2015, shit was dead. Like around 2015, everything was in full swing. Is that the same Call of Duty that was in space? The one that you showed me? You said Sync and Duck Lips was MySpace. Yeah, it was the tail end of MySpace before everybody went over to Facebook.
You can go from 2010 to 2015 then to.
I miss MySpace though. You definitely had to get into a little bit of coding. I had some music that came on my page, man. Imagine if MySpace was around now. With the top, what is it? The top 8 list
Up to 2020.
20, yeah.
Real quick.
Oh god.
Lomas D12 says 2012 was the beginning of the end for dating.
It was. Pretty much. You could just say that was the year it was done.
Okay. So hookup culture was the final.
Yeah, Tumblr was big. Instagram started taking off.
Situation. All right, so now we're in 2015. Trump is about to run for president. So
Right, Sid.
what are some of the differences now at this point in 2015?
I think by that time, celebrity.
Yeah, we gotta use our brain power, y'all, and think back. It was a blur, yeah. Okay, was that one, War Master? Okay. That one actually really looked interesting. Yeah. And the girls had the little cute hearts in the backgrounds. I ain't gonna lie. I think I still got Cameron or Soulja Boy or somebody on my background. And I'm not sure what music would have been playing, but oh my goodness.
These are on Instagram. So now this is the blue check mark. So now if you don't, you know what I mean? So now if you don't have a blue check mark, you shit out of luck. And how do you get the blue check mark? How do you get a major following? Instagram, like it's hard to build your Instagram following if you're not a celebrity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tumblr was weird. I've always found Tumblr to be weird. You ain't. Yeah, but Tumblr was the Twitter of its day. Like Tumblr was unhinged. But it was weird. War Master's correct.
So now this is the rise of internet celebs now.
Internet celebs.
So I remember when I came to the space, people said.
But most of the people, they wasn't really on the internet like that. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, the kids, the millennials, we were using codified language and stuff like that. So the parents and people didn't get it. They kind of just brushed it off. They brushed it off. Y'all know, even around 2015, OnlyFans was around too. OnlyFans been around for a long time. So.
Instagram's not a dating app. You're crazy. You're trying to sell a course. I'm like, no, this is the new matter for dating. And it's funny because the blue check mark meant something back in the day.
It meant something.
It meant you're an actual celebrity.
We had Uvu too.
Verifiable.
The legacy check.
And Periscope.
Yep.
Nowadays, what is it? It's
and
a statement to say I can buy it.
I can buy.
That's
I
pretty
bought
much it.
And guess who was mad at that? celebrities. They were mad because now we can put ourselves on par and their check doesn't mean anything anymore because I can pay.
I'll be honest, bro. Me and him both had legacy verifications. We were pissed.
Right. The streets came on around 2018. Officially, the streets been on and solidified around 2018. Correct.
Yeah. Right. We're like, what the fuck, bro?
Go. Yeah, because like, now I can.
And then COVID, everybody.
Get in. Yeah. You're like, because I think I was contacted. How do I get a blue check mark?
Yeah. Because they were hard to get, dude.
Yeah, no.
Like,
dude,
it's very hard to get.
Back in the day, you needed a publicist or you needed a bunch of articles with a bunch of press to get that actual check.
For real.
Nowadays, you just pay what, $12?
$12 a month, you get a check. Yeah, exactly.
Done.
So, but
I was pissed.
Right. Because you paying a lot of money to get
it. Because I had the real check.
Work. Yeah. So
you needed like press or like actual articles and shit like that. And dude, I had like so many articles of them talking shit like Fox News, misogynist, whatever the fuck.
Right. So that's how you get verified. But today you don't have to do that. But back in 2016,
and Vine was huge too. I forgot to mention this.
Vine,
like a lot of these like big celebs that we have now, internet celebrities. A lot of them started like the Logan Pauls, etc.
They were Viners. Yeah, they were Vine. Vine was big.
To our point, Lomas super chat again. He said only NBA players can get girls on Instagram. Every girl I message on Instagram ignored me.
Well, who is Lomas? I don't know who he is.
You ugly nigga, man.
You're right, exactly. Let me tell you something.
I don't want to tell you. You're ugly nigga, bro.
What Fresh was talking about. Fresh said Instagram is the #1 dating app in the world.
100%.
It's the #1 dating app in the world. It trumps any of them by far. Now, the problem is we're talking about monetize now. You're going to have some lifestyle money to.
Now, around that time when Instagram started blowing up, I was telling my friends and my girlfriends at the time that were models. I'm like, bro, y'all letting Instagram take over, you know, because they actually had portfolios. They were actually modeling, flying to Paris and going to other places and parts of the U.S. and shit like that, and really modeling. And they let Instagram take over, and the modeling industry lost all its credibility once Instagram went in full swing. Yeah, party, that's true.
Be able to very much do well on Instagram
and
or be fit.
And for us as men, it's competition. No matter where you look, who is the best man that I can find in my area to date? But Instagram is worldwide now. So you can compete against Odell Beckham, a Drake, a Future. It's like, bro, these niggas got the majority of women feeding after them. And you're a regular guy with a regular job posting selfies in the mirror like, huh.
So would you say,
what you gonna do?
Go ahead. But you know what's crazy though?
Yeah.
Where guys don't understand, Drake will fuck a 5 in your area.
Bro.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
bro.
But you're looking at her saying, she ain't
we got
all
a
that.
5 right now that we're going to put on camera soon.
You're like,
Yeah, we got a video react to after this, guys.
Coach, yo, coach, that's genius.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Niggas be like, oh, bro, I only fuck baddies, I only fuck 10s. I'm like, really? Let me see your 10. Oh, nah, bro, nah.
Right.
But then when you go actually see them in person, bro, they're fucking 4s or 3s.
That's the other thing.
But then they see you, oh, I'm a hit on this nigga. Oh, she's a 5 or 6.
Right.
To bring you down.
Yeah, right.
But no, nigga. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Let me capping, bro.
Exactly.
It's funny,
though. So now we're in 2015. So in 2015, you're saying we're starting to get the shift in the rise of the e-celebrity.
The e-celebrity.
Yeah, because Vine at this point is like, was Vine still around 2015? I think it had just
started. I believe.
It might be started phasing out.
Yeah, I think it started because I think it came out 2013ish.
Yeah.
And then it's maybe started phasing out.
17, 18. I think Twitter bought it at one point.
Yeah, but Instagram is mainstream now. Everyone got an Instagram.
Everybody got it.
You don't got an Instagram? What the fuck's wrong with you?
What?
Well,
yeah.
We're banned, so yeah.
Yeah, I would say, we're banned now. Maybe we'll come back. But yeah, at this point, so you're starting to see Instagram, like if you don't got Instagram, people look at you like you're weird.
Right.
So we start to see the rise of social media. What else do you think, I guess, from the 2015s? Well, actually, you know what? Compare and contrast it to the 80s and 90s.
Okay, so now let me
there
tell
we
you
go.
something.
Yeah.
A woman could not get married. Like that couldn't be her goal. She can push off. She can say, hey, I got my 20s. I'm gonna live out my 20s. I'm gonna have fun. You're starting to see this fly out element where people are going to Dubai. Oh, where are they going for? Now we know they're getting doo-dooed on, right, by a sheik. But for the most part, women are looking at it like, I have extended life. The options just aren't in front of me anymore. And for men, you're seeing that men are going, okay, I don't have a blue check mark. I don't have a physique, 6-pack abs. I don't have, a nice car. And we're seeing women give these guys attention. And we're seeing men going, I can't compete with that. So this is the whole 80-20 rule being lived out in front of everybody. But hookup culture is going to start to phase out at this point. So I would say hookup culture really only lasted really till about 2020 COVID. So 2012 to 2020 was hookup culture, where you could be like, I'm getting sex for free.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Now let's get into 2020 now.
2020.
Because this is also a big shift from the...
Yep. So you got COVID. Everybody's at home.
Yeah.
They're on their phones. They're on YouTube. They're on social media. Social
dating
media
app had a huge jump.
COVID changed everything. I talk about it in my book, Dating After COVID. He said IG solidified it for the gameless. I mean, shit, even women. Even women. I remember when they took the likes and stuff off of IG. Women, you had some women that committed. You know, they unsubscribed themselves. Women were absolutely judging themselves on likes and clicks and views. They thought that's how it worked. That's where they were getting their value from. If they wasn't really setting up dates and pulling guys from out of their inbox and stuff in real life and stuff like that, because it didn't matter that they were meeting all of these guys. If they couldn't get flowed out or meet somebody local and stuff like that, they had an inbox for nothing. Especially if they couldn't get those long distance relationships. So a lot of them were getting their validation and judging themselves by likes.
And social,
yeah. So everything's going crazy. You starting people. Well, COVID, you start seeing women more latch on to try to get a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Because they're at home more. They want somebody. I call them a quarantine boo.
Yeah.
Right. They can quarantine with some dudes, but at the same time, you're also seeing women still out there, you know, using their 20s to fuck around.
Yep. And hustling and monetizing. So now we got, because a lot of them lost work.
Yes, they
like
lost
a lot
work.
of these women that were like bartenders or like strippers or any of this stuff where they like monetized their beauty.
Yep.
And they had to go somewhere to do it. Now they don't have a job.
Now they have a job. So now OnlyFans started 2016, but it still was like,
I would say sugar dating became huge too at this point.
So at this point, now they're overtly sugar daddying. Where it was like a joke before, I'm gonna get me a rich guy.
Yeah.
Now you're seeing them do it. So seeking arrangements is 2018, 2019. Women are losing their jobs, young women. They're not going to school because of COVID. So now you're seeing it overtly being lived out. So I call it the monetized dating marketplace right around COVID.
Also, back then, there were scouts going to strip clubs, going to clubs, trying to find girls that were working. So you know what? Stop this shit.
Let me catch up on these comments. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. 1 hour and 50 minutes into the madness. DM said COVID just woke up the sheep. Been over by then. Most people were on autopilot in their own lives. COVID just disrupted the masses. Yeah, but it cleaned a lot of people's clocks. And like I said in my book, people had to recalibrate. They had to recalibrate themselves. So keep that in mind. A lot of people had to recalibrate themselves. War Master said people talk about everybody was home during COVID, during the COVID scare. Nah, significant percentage of the population was at home. Definitely not everyone, right? I was an essential worker and ended up catching COVID. Yeah. And so was War Master. War Master was on the road. Shout outs to the truckers, the veins of the United States. Putting in that work. He said, yeah, by 2020, it was overcooked. I met my boo in 2014. Yeah. People had cabin fever, all kinds of stuff, you know, and social issues, you know. And it did. We talked about it with the wall of silence. And look, coming out of COVID, maybe we did need a Biden. Some goofy president that wasn't really doing nothing in hindsight, honestly. Maybe we did need Joe Biden.
The OnlyFans, I'll manage you.
Oh, wow.
Constantly.
Oh, yeah, the rise of OnlyFans, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, rise of OnlyFans.
A lot of people forget that OnlyFans has been around since like 2016.
Yep.
But it became huge in 2020 because all these girls that made money being bottle girls, strippers, dancers, everything else like that, now they're like, damn, I need to make money. So they get on OnlyFans. Like every dancer, every stripper did OnlyFans.
You had to.
They
I mean,
have
because
it,
you don't have any means to be able to go out there and
couldn't do
earn.
nothing.
So you got a sugar daddy, you got OnlyFans. So now what happened was guys started to see it. At this point, we're popular. You're popular. You're flowing, right?
Yeah.
At that point, we're already doing this type of content. We're exposing this.
YouTube
right?
was huge too. Like, well, I mean, basically, I would say 2020 was a turning point where a lot of people started to shift to watch their favorite content creator versus television.
Correct.
Like we started to see the mainstream media die a bit. Trump had already been doing this too, calling it fake news for 4 years.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. So we're starting to see the rise of independent media, the rise of people using the internet and watching their favorite influencer versus like television.
Yep.
But yeah, sorry, continue.
Well, I remember I went to right when COVID hit. My channel's already out. I'm over 100,000 subs.
Yep.
But I'm going to Best Buy during COVID, and people are buying lights, cameras, microphones. Like, so people becoming.
You're welcome.
Influencers.
Yeah.
Women, men, couples, families. So everybody's TikTok is now, gaining traction. So now people want to be. Now you're a celebrity.
YouTube became super because like I remember like dudes used to just record with their iPhone and put videos up on some bullshit. Bro, if you try to do that shit now, like and you're new, if you're already in the game and you
can get away
you
with
can
that.
get away with it. But like let's say you're new and you're just making a channel, bro, it ain't gonna cut it. You just sitting there with your phone.
I remember at Best Buy.
Didn't people in the manosphere try to get rid of me for saying that?
Women, men, couples, families. So everybody's TikTok is now, gaining traction.
Hold on, y'all.
So now people want to be.
Hold
now
on,
you're a
y'all.
celebrity.
YouTube became super because like I remember like dudes used to just
All right, we back. No, my signal, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Hold up. Let me catch up real quick. What's going on, And1 Play 5? Good to see you, brother. Hold on. Let me catch up real quick. Dudes was trying to end me for saying this. Hold on, y'all. This is why I got it. This upset me. Hold on, y'all. War Master said the media called Fox News fake news. Conservative flipped on the media by pointing out how they spout propaganda. I remember that. We were here. That's very true. DM said it's weird. Even the 2020s feels like it was longer than 5 years ago. Yeah, it seemed like it would never end. Remember we were talking about that on the last show? Shout outs to And1 Play 5. Yeah, that's true. Shout outs to Party. Be careful, bro. Asbestos removal. Be careful, man. But yeah, y'all remember when I was telling the space to get microphones and cameras and stuff like that? And they tried to get rid of me. They tried to scratch me out. Remember when these dudes was getting on here lecturing y'all about production? Listen to this.
You can get away with
You
that.
can get away with it. But like, let's say you're new and you're just making a channel, bro. It ain't gonna cut it. You just sitting there with your phone.
I remember at Best Buy, we used to go buy cameras back in the day. It was
So competitive.
Sold out. Yeah.
I'm like, wait, hold on. Camera sold out. Light sold out. How's this possible?
How?
I want to be a creator.
Yeah, actually, no. Now that you mention it,
Yeah.
bro, during the like, I couldn't get a fucking
You couldn't
like
get roll mics.
You couldn't get road mics.
Nobody in this space was worried about no damn road mics. He said you can get road mics. How you found out about the road mics? Niggas wasn't talking about microphones from Australia. You couldn't get road mics. Man, these dudes didn't even have a studio when I was preaching this shit. Hey, but that happens, man. Oh, Lord. Let's go.
You couldn't get cam links. Cam links. I remember.
That's right.
I remember when put them cam links in here also. People are like, man, how do you play the video games? How do you do this? How do you do that? None of these dudes was using this equipment, man.
Bro, for everyone watching this, right? If you want to stream, one of your best friends that you're gonna need, if you don't have a switcher, which
And I'm not necessarily saying Myron and Coach Greg Adams. I'm saying in general, in the actual manosphere. Because they were biting off of these spaces then also. Nobody knew about this equipment because they didn't have no use for it. I had to literally run down what a Rode mic and a Rodecaster and all of this stuff was to people here. Kuda, I just don't see why I should invest in a $200, $300 microphone. I just don't see it. I don't understand it. I'm not gonna do that. I can use my cell phone. I'm not about to do that.
But most people don't use switchers. That's a bit more sophisticated when you got multiple cameras.
Yeah.
But what you would do if you have one camera and you're streaming, you use a cam link, and that cam link, what it basically does is it connects your computer to the camera. And I will never forget, Elgato had these cam links, bro. They were selling them for like triple the price because you couldn't get it. And then the lights, the
that was the one that you put in your computer. It wasn't the original cam link that they have out now.
You couldn't get those either. Elgato
Yeah,
lights.
remember the Elgato lights?
You couldn't get those?
You couldn't even get them. I had to buy like 5 of them at once.
Bro,
But yeah,
because now you guys are bringing back like memories. Because at this point, I remember I had to buy all the equipment for the studio when we did our studio,
Right.
and I remember everything being hard to find and expensive. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yep.
But yeah, you're right, because you start to see people get into being in content creation, and then also you're starting to see like television companies, news broadcasters, etc. They're getting on YouTube now.
So
they're not.
I don't know if
TVs.
you remember that YouTube around 2019 tried to sell out all the YouTubers.
Now this was true. I remember this because we talked about it. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can fix this damn thing. Hold on. All right. So yeah, getting back to it. I don't know what's going on with my damn signal, man. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours and 5 minutes into the madness. YouTube was on the verge of selling us out. You know, YouTube was on the verge of selling us out because everybody was coming over into the online spaces, news publications and all kinds of stuff, because they started seeing that content creators were getting more views and stuff than actual stations and stuff in different ways. So let's get it.
What was that the Adpocalypse, or this was before our time?
It was after the Adpocalypse. But what happened was, like, Jimmy Kimmel and all of these corny ass people, YouTube started to favor them right before COVID. So YouTube was like, hey, the mainstream people want to be over here. And then right before COVID, all those
Yeah, they were selling out the content creators for the celebrities.
people, like these late night show guys, they started Trevor Noah.
The fucking
they started,
bitch ass liberal South African, yeah.
Right. So these people started to get on YouTube, but what happened was COVID hit and shut down their production because they would just shoot it from their studio.
And they're in LA.
And
they had the worst restrictions.
So now YouTube had to pivot back to Kevin Samuels. They had to pivot back to the regular YouTubers.
Yep.
Because they was ready to sell us out. I said that in 2019. They was ready to sell us out to the mainstream.
Good point.
Wow.
But then COVID hit, and then
they're all based in
pivoted
LA,
back.
and we know LA had some of the most severe restrictions and lockdowns.
Exactly.
All right.
A woman's lawyer
Uh-oh. Shit. Something is playing. I can't stop it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, this is something else I wanted to pull up. Myron going at these feminists, but no, I wanted to finish what we were talking about. They basically were selling us out. You know, we were gonna get sold out for the celebrities. And that's why I was trying to tell y'all, I'm like, bro, they coming in here with cameras, they coming in here with studios and stuff like that. Nobody's gonna want to listen to these fools on their damn phones. Literally, the manosphere was gonna go extinct. I barely even get the credit that I deserve from work I actually did. And they try to cancel me in these spaces for telling y'all to do the right thing. Ain't that a biatch? Black people for you. Y'all definitely wouldn't have had all this entertainment y'all have. And shout outs to my brothers that actually listened and knew what the hell was going on. Because you got people that don't even do content that knew exactly what was going on, that it made logical sense. And it was crazy because I had to sit up here and tell content creators this. And that's sad. Shout outs to War Master. War Master bought some equipment. Shout outs to a lot of brothers. A lot of brothers bought some equipment. Skyfall. Gold P. There's a lot of content creators that I help behind the scenes. Y'all would never know. Shout outs to Kevin Samuels. Oh yeah, he took my advice. And a list that I gave him. Shout outs to the people that even stole Sneak Soap. Lord knows a lot of people sneak soap. They had to hit me up later. Yeah, I was listening to your show and I didn't know what was that piece that I had to buy to connect the thing to the thing. Niggas done bought whole XLR setups and did not know how to hook it into their computer. You even got dudes that said they went out of their way not to listen to me, only to come back and still ask me how to fix something. Sold endless equipment in these spaces, y'all. He said CGA on BMT panel going at Passport Bros. He's on there right now? Nah, I'm good. I don't want to talk to half these niggas here, man. No, I'm Gucci. He on his page right now? Yeah, sneaking and geeking. Alright, let's get into this. These co-ed panels. Let's go.
I'm just gonna say it. Women are stupid. Women expect you to adhere to your traditional masculine traits while they simultaneously can pick and choose when they can be a lady and adhere to their traditional traits. Women need to get more realistic and understand that they're not the prize. And then they also need to understand that if they're with an exceptional man, they need to make exceptions and acquiesce to that man's frame. Feminism has effectively made dating harder for you guys because your standards have went up, and alongside that, a lot of the men have it went up. You no longer have the leverage that you thought you did. You guys went ahead and said, we're gonna enter the workforce and be independent. Congratulations, you're independent of average men. What's left? Higher status guys, and they're gonna want something in return.
In a sense, some of these women that still have a liberal mindset, they are looking for a guy that saves them from themselves when they've advocated for going out and being able to do it themselves. They don't want a 50-50 relationship when it comes to finances, but they want a 50-50 relationship when it comes to having say-so of what goes on inside of the household. And so if you want a traditional conservative man, then you got to get it all the way on the other side. They don't want the extreme, they want the hybrid. And so when I hear women a lot of times say that they want a conservative or a traditional man, I don't believe them, because I think that they want a version of both. They still want to be heard, they want to say so, but they don't necessarily want to pay bills, and they don't want the responsibility. Myron, what are your thoughts? What's going on, big dog?
Hey man, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. Women are stupid. And what I mean by this when I say women are stupid is women expect you to adhere to your traditional masculine traits while they simultaneously can pick and choose when they can be a lady and adhere to their traditional traits. So in other words, kind of the disconnect.
Be heard, they want to.
Hold on, y'all. What's going on, Larry? Alright, yeah, my signal tripping. Please hit the like button. Shout out to Larry Legend in the building. Please hit the like button, support the show, y'all. He said co-ed panels poison. Absolutely. Definitely poison. Alright, we should be alright for now. Let's get it.
Say so, but they don't necessarily want to pay bills, and they don't want the responsibility. Myron, what are your thoughts? What's going on, big dog?
Hey man, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. Women are stupid. And what I mean by this when I say women are stupid is that here's the issue, and this is a disconnect. Women expect you to adhere to your traditional masculine traits while they simultaneously can pick and choose when they can be a lady and adhere to their traditional traits. So in other words, kind of what you were saying before, they want the guy to be a decisive decision maker that could pay all the bills and take care of them if someone breaks into the house. But at the same time, they're reserved the right to disobey you, be, rude, rambunctious, and feel as though their opinion really matters. When in reality, the whole purpose and the whole reason why they're attracted to you in the first place is because you don't give a fuck about their opinion. The simple reality is women are not attracted to their equals. They're attracted to men that are superior to them in every way. Competence, strength, income, resources, status. They want a guy that's superior to them in every way, but then they want to go ahead and be treated like an equal. And that's just not how the way the world works. So what I tell guys kind of to understand is that when you deal with a woman, you're effectively her boss, which means she dresses the way you tell her to. She does what she's supposed to do. She adheres to her jobs and duties. And if she doesn't, she could be written up and or fired from the job. And I think that's how men have to kind of deal with women nowadays, because I find it absolutely ludicrous that women will sit there and, follow their boss more than they follow their husband. Their husband will tell them, I don't like the way that you're dressed. And they'll say, well, why? Why are you being insecure? But if they showed up to work dressed in a certain way and their boss said, you need to go home and change, they would go ahead and change. And this is where we kind of have to call out the bullshit, where if you're going to go ahead and be a traditional man, that comes with them being a traditional lady, which means them obeying you. And whenever I say women need to obey men, they get all angry at me and stuff. But that kind of reveals the feminism inside them, because a lot of women will sit there and say, oh, I'm a traditional woman. But then if you say something like, well, I need a woman that obeys me, they'll be like, what do you mean obey? And that's one of the fastest ways to identify these undercover chameleon type feminists, because a lot of women do have feminist tendencies, despite the fact that they might say that they're, traditional.
Now, I don't know why these guys act and play stupid when it comes to women. Because if you ever sat around and look at how a woman talks and treats her child, it's kind of literally the same way. Hey, you're my, she wants her child to obey the child to obey her. She wants the child to listen to her. She wants the child to, straighten up and stuff like that. And I'm not saying women are children, right? But they have a they have a huge understanding. This is why I don't understand why dudes have to SBE their ass off in this space when it's clear as day that you're getting played with. But let's go.
No, well, but when the rubber meets the road, you tell them to do things, or you try to instruct them on certain things.
And
they don't
called cooperation.
Want to listen, or they might question your authority. And this is why I think it's so important for men to not just be competent, but be better than their girl in every regard. So it mitigates the risk of them not listening to you. I kind of always look at women like Pokemon, right? For anyone that played Pokemon back in the day, you need to have a certain amount of badges as the.
All right, bro. Now he took that analogy from that dude. I just put out a YouTube short where somebody stole from somebody. Shout outs to War Master. He commented on that post too. I gotta catch up on my own stuff, y'all. Here comes this Pokemon badge women theory. This is y'all be just stealing from each other and saying shit that don't make no sense. But let's get it.
Pokemon starts to level up, and if let's say you don't have enough badges and you tell a Charizard to attack and he falls asleep, that's kind of how women are. You need to have your badges up at a certain point and beat the Elite Four.
Now listen to what I say, how people steal content, right? And shout outs to War Master. We're gonna probably look at Chemical Ali on today's show. Hold on, y'all. Now look at this. Oh, I think Freezy is live. Look at this, y'all. Go to my page, right? Go to my shorts, right? Look at this. Hold on.
Who said?
Hold on.
Zion, bro.
Hold on. Check this out.
It's player talk.
Dating in 2025 for men is like playing Pokemon, because sometimes you blessed with it. That's like getting a game like Fire Red, Charmander, Bulbasaur score the best starters. Or you get a starter game where it's like you don't even remember the starters and you don't even want the Pokemon no more, right? That's like Sword and Shield, trash. But then when you leave, in order for you to get more Pokemon and capture more Pokemon, you got to get more badges. Those badges are attributes of a man. Leave your parents' house, get your money together, get a job, get a car, etc., etc. You need each badge to get access to the better Pokemon, the better women that you want.
Right.
And you can't until you get said badges. And then everybody wants a legendary, everybody wants a 10 out of 10 baddie. Now what about those dudes who like to cheat? They friend give them the alley-oop. Oh man, you could get this job, they'll give you 6 figures, but you ain't got the other badges. But you got a girl that's a baddie, the level 100 Charizard. What happens in the game when that happens? It doesn't obey you. It's the same thing like your girl. She won't listen to you. So it's like, if the game is already told like that, if it's sold like this, don't try to buy it separately. That's how it's supposed to be. So as a dude, if most women will sit there and listen to you and say, this is what I want out of my man, then just do it. And you'll get any girl you want.
There used to be a time where nerds used to know their place in the game. And what homie was saying sounded a little bit right, but he was absolutely off. You're overqualified for a lot of the Pokemon that you're trying to catch. You got a lot of guys that are running around in the tall grass having trouble with dealing with a level 10 Weedle. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? And those attributes you should want for yourself. So that way, you know what I'm saying, your standards, you'll know not to deal with certain women. You'll know where to hunt for Pokemon. You'll know where to go to the Safari Zone and go catch better Pokemon and stuff like that. That's why there's billion Pokemon. You know what I'm saying? The saying went from you gotta catch them all, like nowadays you can't even catch them all. Catch one, make that your number one starter, and do what you gotta do. You dig what I'm trying to say? It ain't even about no goddamn Pokemon or no goddamn badges or none of that goofy shit, man. You should know what's better for you. And the woman is thinking the same way. If you are sitting up there and you are overqualified and you are trying to get a level 10 Butterfree or a level 10 Charmander or whatever the hell you training, you know what I'm saying? Half y'all ain't even training nothing. If you trying to get that joint to obey you and you questioning yourself, she gonna question your badges. You know, I'm just going off the analogy that you use. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, man, y'all hit the like button, support the show. I got plenty game to share with you guys, man. It's player talk.
Dating in
So how all of a sudden give me 1 second. Go back to this thing. How all of a sudden this same talking point makes its way on this podcast?
For anyone that played Pokemon back in the day, you need to have a certain amount of badges as the Pokemon starts to level up. And if, let's say, you don't have enough badges and you tell, you know, a Charizard to attack and he falls asleep, that's kind of how women are. You need to have your badges up at a certain point and beat the Elite Four a bunch of times so that when you give her a command, she listens. And I think if more men applied this concept to women where they're basically fucking Pokemon and you need to become the best gym trainer and get them under your authority based on your competence as that trainer, then they'll listen. And I know some women might not like hearing this or they don't want that, but the reality is, you know, if a guy works his ass off to get to a certain position where he's your partner, well, he had to fucking go through a lot of rings and he had to suffer to get to that position. So I'll be damned if a woman's going to tell me how to run things when I had to bust my ass to create my value. Meanwhile, she was giving her value. And this is another thing that women don't understand. Women live life on easy mode. We live life on extra hard mode. So if we do get to a position where we're an entrepreneur, we're making 6 figures a year, 7 figures a year, etc., we're going to demand something in response to that, because to find a guy like me is going to be significantly harder for me to find a woman like you. And this is another problem. Women don't understand that they're abundant and they're very common. The things that women provide to men that we actually value, you know, femininity, not being fat, not being rude, not being annoying, not being a whore, you can find it, right? It's not as rare as a guy who's successful that has his shit together. So the reality is our standards are a lot lower than theirs. Since our standards are lower and we're not looking for, you know, a top 1% woman while they look for a top 1% guy, well, we can replace them easier than they can replace us. And this is another problem with feminism, where we lie to women and tell them that these higher status men are abundant and they want to go ahead and tolerate the fuckery. But the reality is they don't want to. They just want to have sex with these girls. And women.
Nah, feminism told them that lie. And they cash it in on men when they find out there's not that much men that's abundant with all of that stuff. And now if y'all pay attention to the internet, you got white women coming on the internet talking about how they snatching up black men. And there's way more white women than black men. It's gonna be an interesting next few months, y'all. Hit the like button, support the show. Let's get at least 2 contributors. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Women always conflate options for real men that want to take them seriously. And just because you can fuck a higher status guy doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to keep a higher status guy. So this discrepancy in availability in the opposite gender is another thing that fucks women up. So to sum it up, I'll say this. Women need to get more realistic and understand that they're not the prize. And then they also need to understand that if they're with an exceptional man, they need to make exceptions and acquiesce to that man's frame. If you don't, fine, no problem. It's a matter of time. Either he cheats on you or you get bored and you leave, and he'll go find another girl that will go on his program, because higher status men are rare versus beautiful women are not. And we need to really have this wake-up call with women in America and feminists in general and let them know, look, feminism is here. You guys want men that are on your level, if not better. Feminism has effectively made dating harder for you guys because your standards have went up, and alongside that, a lot of the men haven't went up. So a minority of men actually rise up to the standard that most women want. You no longer have the leverage that you thought you did. You guys went ahead and said, we're going to enter the workforce and be independent. Congratulations. You're independent of average men. What's left? Higher status guys. And they're going to want something in return.
Do y'all,
think liberals can't be masculine? Myron?
I'm sorry? What was that?
Do you think that liberals can't be masculine?
In most cases, no. And the reason why is because as a progressive or as a liberal, a lot of the times liberals and progressives tend to believe in blank slate equality. where we're saying like, oh, men and women are equal. That right there is a faulty premise to begin with, because men are superior to women in almost everything that matters. So no, liberals most of the time cannot be masculine because they don't understand the inherent difference between men and women because they believe in blank slate equalism. Most liberals do, at least.
So you don't think that you can be masculine and not think that men and women are equal? Like, you think that that's what triggers masculinity?
Well, in order for you to be masculine, you must accept and understand that women are inferior. And I'll explain what I mean by this. A masculine man, if his woman is attacked, is not going to sit there and be like, let me think about this. Or no, she's equal, she can handle it. He's going to rise to the occasion and step in because he knows that she can't defend herself to the same level that he can. So men that are hyper masculine understand the biological differences and the inherent differences between the genders. That is why they are the masculine and the woman is the feminine. More progressive men tend to believe in equality. And you know, equality is a social construct. It's not real.
That's true.
You know, and equality really was created to give women a chance. Because, you know, if we want to be very, very painfully blunt about this, if we really believed in equality, there would be no WNBA. There would be no Title IX. Women wouldn't be playing sports. Because if we really believe in equality, we would make it merit-based, which means, okay, you guys want to have your own sports league? Cool. Are you guys able to be profitable? Oh, you're not? Okay. You're not profitable, so fuck the WNBA. But we allow women to play professional sports because we want them to feel inclusive, right? We want to be inclusive. But the reality is we would never fund the NBA if it was negative. But we fund the WNBA, even though it's negative every year, because we want to be equal. So equality only benefits really women. Affirmative action, double standards, like all the double standards actually benefit women. The only double standard I could think of that benefits men is our ability to have sex with women abundantly without being shamed for it. But you have to earn that. Most guys don't have the capability, the skill set, the game, the attraction, or the sexual market value to have sex with a lot of women. Only a fraction of men can actually pull that off. So I would argue most double standards actually benefit women because they can double dip, like I was saying before. They can go ahead and say, oh, I want to be a traditional woman in this regard.
You can quadruple dip. They don't have to deal with just men. They can go deal with women.
Right, and find a super hyper masculine attractive guy, but at the same time I reserve the right to, you know, pursue an education to make money and become successful, and that's fine. But what I am saying is, if you want to pursue the education and make the money and, you know, be, you know, this girl boss, you're basically forfeiting your ability to find a guy at the end of the line that's going to want to take you seriously, because that guy's not looking to date himself. He doesn't want a girl boss. He wants to date a woman that is the opposite of him. He wants a feminine, docile woman that's going to obey him. Women that are girl bosses tend to not obey men because that's why they're successful in the first place. They're a girl boss. They don't listen to other people. They have A-type personality. This is fantastic for making money and being successful, but terrible for a relationship, especially with a guy that's masculine. He doesn't want to date himself.
And they know that. That's super obvious. Key point right here.
Nice. No worries.
And the funny part is that the girl that he rejected was actually the baddest girl here.
Thank you. Thank you. Over here, your name and age.
Hi, I'm Sandy. I'm 33.
And Sandy, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
He said he would like a woman with longer hair. So the girl all the way down there with the bush, he said he preferred longer hair. Check this out.
I ended up popping it because you're attractive, you know, you got it going on. But that comment about hair, I know your mama got short hair too. She's black. At the end of the day, black women, you don't know what to expect with our hair. We could wear it straight, we could wear it curly, and that was just like too much for me. So I don't got time for it. If you don't know, if you can't grow up from your roots, then you can't grow up with me. So that's how I feel.
Interesting.
Go ahead.
I mean, my mom's actually on my necklace. She doesn't have short hair for one.
It doesn't matter. It's about who you are as a brother. Person you don't make hair don't make your personality. You dig me? It's about who you are. If you confident with short hair, long hair, it doesn't matter. Because a lot of girls that do have long hair, the hairs be thin. I have a salon. When I was 16, I brought my mother a salon with my business that I do. Yeah. So yeah, I have dealt with so many different type of hairs. Shout out to my mom. Captivated.
She dealt with hairs, y'all. So many different type of hairs.
Styles in the building. Philly, we here. But what you said it's just not for me. You need to really check on your ends before you talk about long or short hair, because a lot of girls with long hair be having no hair just because it's long is thin. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay.
Well, so my comment to her has no.
You don't know that.
No sort of significance
But
on
I'm a
you.
black woman. If I want to wear my hair,
I'm a black woman.
hair like hers one day, what you gonna say? Oh, I don't.
I'm a black woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, AKA I don't qualify because I'm bald. Like she really took it to heart, man. What's going on, Degenerate? Degenerate says, yes. Apparently black people can't grow hair despite individuals having locks, braids, and huge afros. Alright, hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't. Oh Lord. Alright, let me catch up. Had to reload everything. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I don't know why my signal keeps going in and out. Give me 1 second. All right, we back. Shout outs to everybody here. All right, hopefully you guys can hear me. All right, let me catch up. All right, where I left off was, yes, apparently, shout outs to the Degenerate. Black people can't grow hair despite individuals having locks, braids, and huge afros. War Master said, say no to bald women who destroy her hair. Yeah, and their edges are gone. And she looks like Caillou. Or Little Bill. Or both. War Master said, my sister is darker than all of them chicks. Her hair goes down to her back, for fuck's sake. All of the sisters kind of had the same story. When they were a little girl, their hair was long, and then their mother put Just For Me in their hair. And since they all kind of have the same story, it just wasn't for them. They lost their hair. Hold on, y'all. You said my kids took my lining. Uh-oh. Yeah, but you know it's different with us because we can have male pattern baldness and all kinds of stuff. You know, it's crazy. Oh man. Shout outs to War Master as always. Sponsoring today's show, dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Hold on, here we go.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Yeah, you got a lot of sisters that got afros. You got a lot of sisters that, you know, shout outs to War Master supporting the Xbox Fund. But see, you say your brother put relaxer in your hair. I end up putting relax. I end up perming my hair one time. You got to keep up with it, and even then, your hair is gonna break off. But most of the guys' products wasn't as bad. You know, like if you S-curled your hair, if you hot combed your hair, wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad. But the young girls, they went through it the most. Young girls went through it the most. You said the funny thing is the woman that got rejected wasn't really his type. She was the baddest one there. Yeah, she was there was for promo. Oh, you were under 5? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She set you up, bro. I'm not gonna lie, though. That new toddler baby hair, that shit is thick. And very vibeful. And it gets fucked over, man. Parents be fucking up their kids' hair. Stay fucking up their children's hair. Let's get into the game, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. Shout outs to War Master.
With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master. Hold on.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Now, hold on. Let me see if I can get this pulled up. Now, earlier, like I said, we were talking about Elon Musk. And why is this thing acting like this? Hold on, y'all.
But not on the Black Channel. Well.
All right. We got Jason Black again. Hold on.
But not on the Black Channel.
We were just talking about Elon Musk on the last show. And I wanted to bring up the new political parties. Will Elon Musk lead a new political party? Now, we were talking about other political leaders. And at some point, we're going to go over this documentary that War Master suggested. Called Chemical Ali. I don't know. I guess he might say it. I don't know. Elon been quiet since the whole dust up. And yesterday we showed, he said that they said that Trump forgave Elon. You know, that's going to play out in Trump's favor more than it will Elon, you know. I look at it more so like, like Vince McMahon. Oh, yeah, hot eye. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That burn on the back of the neck, cynical. That shit was diabolical. Peeling your damn skin off after you got burnt like shit on the back of the neck with one of them hot combs. Especially if you didn't have the one that plugged in. If you had the one that you had to put on the stove, oh my God. That shit was a rite of black passage at one point. But no, earlier I was asking the question, do you think Elon has the influence and power to lead a new party? And then you have other people coming out of nowhere talking about a new party. And is this party going to be rhinos and dinos? Is it going to be filled with rhinos and dinos? Is it going to be filled with Democrats in name only? Or Republicans in name only? If so, what's your thoughts on it? Because this is a legit question. And we have people that they're using AI. And honestly, I don't know why Elon is making this a big thing. I mean, who's he going to rival? Donald Trump's already in office. And then, other than Donald Trump already being in office, only person he can really go at is Vance. Who probably would somewhat be under Donald Trump's instructions if everything kind of goes well. You know what I mean? And what sense would it make if Elon ran for president, or can he even run for president? A lot of people say he can't. Now, War Master said, no, a new party will not work. This happened before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you mentioned him, Ross Perot. And the funny part is that I actually liked Al Gore. And what happened to Kerry? Kerry just disappeared. And then what happened to your boy that had everybody afraid? I still got that meme where it's like, I had y'all niggas shook. Mitt Romney. What happened to Mitt Romney? Where's Mitt Romney? What does Mitt Romney think about all of this? And do you think the best Republicans actually got in? Do you think Mitt Romney and all the Republicans of yesteryear that ran, do you think they would have done a good job? What Democrats would have actually done good too? A legit question. But let's go.
Well, did I call it or did I call it? The Republican Civil War is in full swing. As I predicted all the way before the election.
All right, my signal. All right, hold on. Hopefully y'all can hear me. My signal is cooked. Okay, I'm back. Hold on. God damn, I gotta keep resetting stuff up. I'm telling you, I'll be going through hell just to bring y'all live streams. I don't know what the hell is going on. My signal is cooked. I might have to fix this thing. I appreciate you guys for rocking with me. Hold on. Let's see what you guys said. Trump kind of demolished the whole Democratic Party by himself. Right. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said Kerry and Al Gore would be horrible. Kerry and Al Gore would be a horrible president. Romney ran to stop conservatives. Romney ran to stop conservatives running for president, like rhinos always do. Tulsi might have been a passable Democrat president. Okay, man, I was looking at this thing. Let me see if I can find it. I will have to really go down my hold on before we get back into hold on, y'all. Before we get back into this, hold on. I was looking at this thing where it says the worst American presidents. I think it was like infographics. I gotta get past all this bookkeeping studying I've been doing. Hold on, y'all. Why every time I'm looking for something it doesn't come up? Oh, here it is. I thought they were gonna put Trump in this. You said Al Gore would have been a good president? Look, these are presidents I didn't even know about. Look at this.
Runaway slaves, to stealing millions from wounded veterans, to doing nothing while the country burned to the ground. These are the 10 worst presidents in American history. And they're so bad, even I could do a better job. But first is Benjamin Harrison, who isn't exactly a household name. In fact, if he showed his face to 100 Americans, most would say, "Isn't that the guy from the Titanic?" But he actually made a huge mark, mainly by wrecking the economy and then vanishing before he could take the blame. Because in 1890, Harrison signed the McKinley Tariff, jacking up tariffs to nearly 50%. The idea was to protect American
president's been signing tariffs forever at this point.
American businesses. But what actually happened was prices skyrocketed. Foreign trade collapsed, and farmers got absolutely smoked. And as if that wasn't enough, he burned through the entire federal surplus like a kid after his first paycheck. But the worst part, none of this came crashing down until after he left office. When the Panic of 1893 devastated the economy and President Grover Cleveland was left dealing with the dumpster fire. No fair! But Harrison, he was long gone. Chilling back in Indiana, writing books, and pretending like nothing happened. So no, Benjamin Harrison didn't commit crimes or start wars. He just played Jenga with the economy and walked away as it collapsed. But none of that was as bad as Millard Fillmore, who turned every citizen into a slave hunter. Because in 1850, the nation was divided over slavery. The South was loving it. The North, not so much. But the South was threatening to secede. So in an effort to compromise and preserve the Union, Fillmore signed the Fugitive Slave Act, legally requiring every U.S. citizen to assist in the capture of runaway slaves. In other words, if a slave showed up on your doorstep and you offered them a glass of water, it could land you in prison, even if you lived in...
You said Biden, Obama, and Jimmy Carter in that are the worst presidents in world history? Hold on now. Why are you throwing in Jimmy Carter? I heard Carter was good. He was alive for a long time. He recently passed, but last year? Late last year? I heard a lot of people like Carter. They said Carter wasn't that bad. But most people that say anything about Carter said his presidential term was a blur. Niggas that lived through a lot of presidencies, man. I heard Carter wasn't that bad. All right.
In a free state. That's nuts. But as you may have guessed, this backfired. Because normal people who never cared about slavery were suddenly like, wait, what the f***'s going on? With abolitionist movements growing overnight and more normies becoming radicalized by the day. So while Fillmore thought he was keeping the peace, he ended up pouring fuel on the fire, pushing the nation one step closer towards civil war. But that's not as embarrassing as this next president, William Henry Harrison, who holds the record for the shortest presidency in American history. 'Cause in 1841, Harrison was 68 years old, one of the oldest presidents elected at the time. So, to prove he still had energy for the job, he delivered the longest inauguration speech ever recorded, nearly 2 hours long. Man's out here with no coat, no hat, and no common sense. The old man just wanted to prove he still had it, a lot like your grandpa trying to do a kickflip on your skateboard. But a few weeks later, he came down with a bad cold that turned into pneumonia. For most of history, we thought it came from his crazy speech in the rain. But modern historians believe it was more likely typhoid from contaminated drinking water at the White House. Either way, 31 days after taking office, William Henry Harrison was dead. He didn't sign a single law or make one decision.
Damn.
Instead, he spent more time writing an inauguration speech than being an actual president. And to make matters worse, he triggered a
We don't even hear about half these people. But crazily enough, a lot of people know about these people. You got kids that can... You got kids that be in these private schools. They can name every single president and maybe a story from that president's presidency. But the average American, they don't know about these presidents, man.
Constitutional crisis, because at the time, nobody knew what happens after a president dies in office. It wasn't 100% clear if the vice president simply acted as president or became president outright. Thankfully, John Tyler stepped up and said, "I'm president now," and everyone just kind of went along with it. But what was William Henry Harrison's legacy? No scandals, no war, no nothing. Just one epic speech and a short stay at the White House. If there were a Hall of Fame for how to completely blow a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Harrison would be a first ballot member. But at least he didn't, completely destroy America, like Franklin Pierce, who, came pretty dang close. 'Cause with his movie star good looks and smooth-talking speeches, Pierce became elected to deal with the whole slavery problem. But he quickly made one giant mistake: the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. You see, back then there was a bunch of unorganized land after the Louisiana Purchase. State lines were still being drawn, and the Kansas-Nebraska Act established the areas as U.S. territories. But it also stated that popular sovereignty would determine if slavery was allowed in each territory. In other words, the new settlers would vote on it, reversing the long-standing Missouri Compromise, which banned it above a certain line. So, what was the result? Pro-slavery and anti-slavery forces flooded Kansas with rifles, torches, and angry mobs. The territory quickly descended into chaos and bloodshed. Houses were burned, families slaughtered, and the 5-year bloodbath was nicknamed Bleeding Kansas. So what did Franklin Pierce do to stop it? Pretty much nothing. In fact, he backed the pro-slavery side.
Do y'all recognize any presidents here? War Master says Carter was the worst until Obama noticed how threatening Trump and Obama. Okay, Carter was the worst until Obama. Notice how threatening Trump and Obama were about people who took American hostages. Iran took our embassy. He begged our enemies his entire presidency. Oh, damn. That dude never mentioned it in that video. You said no one messes around with Republican presidents after Reagan. Dang. Okay.
Which formed an illegitimate government through voter fraud and violence.
And it seems like the world treats America better when we have a Republican in office.
He even sent in federal troops to stabilize the new government. Pretty crazy times, because instead of calming tensions between the North and South, Pierce accelerated the nation's march towards civil war.
They be skating all over us when we have a Democrat in office.
But this next terrible president is one you might not expect, and that's Woodrow Wilson, who's known for his lofty ideals like championing the League of Nations and making the world safe for democracy. And hey, he did some pretty good stuff, like lead us through World War I. But here's the problem. Back at home, he levied some of the worst attacks on American freedoms in U.S. history. During World War I, he signed the Espionage Act and Sedition Act, making it a crime to criticize the government, the military, or even the flag.
Damn.
And hey, I love America just as much as the next guy. I'm a friggin' bald eagle. But this was downright crazy. Because under his administration, over 2,000 Americans were prosecuted, like journalists, union leaders, and everyday citizens who dared to speak their minds. Free speech, the bedrock of American democracy, was crushed under the weight of wartime paranoia. But Wilson thought it was totally worth it. 'Cause after World War I, he pushed for the League of Nations, the first worldwide intergovernmental organization designed to maintain world peace. But there was one little problem. It was rejected by the U.S. Senate, out of fear that it would drag America into European wars. He couldn't believe it. But here's the funny part. The League of Nations still ended up happening with 63 other countries, just without the U.S. So Wilson was left crying outside the club. And to cap it all off, he punished Germany so severely after World War I with the Treaty of Versailles that it sowed the seeds for World War II. In the end, Wilson became a prisoner of his own ego. A man so obsessed with his vision, he refused to bend, causing chaos.
War Master said Reagan practiced proportionality. Then he destroyed half of Iran's navy in 8 hours. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. Yeah. Because of Iranian mine nearly sank an American destroyer. You said, what's going on, Link? Link said, Kuda, when Dems in office, foreign folks never shake hands. Yeah, I noticed that too. But they be screwing us over when the Democrats are in office, especially business-wise. And Trump exposed how they go crazy with the tariffs on us.
Chaos at home and abroad. And Wilson's presidency had some eerily similar parallels to this.
It's like when one is in office, it's about money. And when the other one is in office, it's about respect.
Next guy, George W. Bush, who entered the White House with a handshake and a smirk. Until
he put Daddy Bush up there.
history threw him every disaster short of a meteor strike. First, 9/11. And to his credit, Bush brought the whole country together
Baby Bush.
for about 6 months. But what followed reshaped the entire world, pretty much for the worse. First came the decision to invade Iraq, based on bad intelligence that Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction. Turns out, he didn't. But by then, the US was locked into a $1 trillion war that cost over 4,400 American lives, wounded tens of thousands more, and destabilized the Middle East for decades. Thanks for your service. But like Woodrow Wilson, Bush gutted the civil liberties of Americans at home by passing the Patriot Act.
Yeah, like one group is like, if you think about it, one group is based off of respect, and the other one's based off of just giving away money.
Act in October of 2001.
You said wait for him to lie.
Which dramatically expanded surveillance powers of the
You've been
federal
right, though,
government,
Warmaster.
allowing the
Hey, look.
NSA and FBI.
And it's not because your name is Warmaster. Look, you've been right. Look, because you've been pretty detailed about the stuff that you've been saying, and they leave it out. Now, this look like somebody. This sounds like somebody typed into AI. So to keep it 100, it sounds like a AI voiceover. So you know what a lot of people do, y'all, when y'all are listening to these videos, they take an article or multiple articles and they try to humanize it, and so I'm pretty sure there's some details in here that's out of order. Now, y'all, Daddy Bush was like what, 93? And then Clinton came in around 94, 90, Daddy Bush's era was over around 93, if I'm not mistaken. I was a kid during this part, so, And that's kind of what got us on this topic. Remember, we were talking about this on the last show, and this is why you told me to search up Chemical Ali. I was looking at this video of Saddam Hussein get sentenced. And that was a crazy video. And like I said, we were talking about the internet and stuff we were doing on the internet back in the day. Well, yeah, a Curious Kuda was on E-Bombs World. That's one thing we didn't mention. Y'all remember E-Bombs World? And on YouTube, because you can see this. Actually, I was on YouTube when I saw this. I remember. You can, on YouTube was the Wild West back in the days. The Manosphere created YouTube, to tell you the truth. You had an inbox on YouTube. You can see people get decapitated and beheaded on YouTube. YouTube was a crazy place back in the day. And the video of Saddam Hussein getting hung was yeah. It was out here. That was a crazy video. That was an absolute crazy video to watch. All you heard was glass breaking and stuff like that, and that rope snapped that man's neck. He had a big asshole in his neck. First of all, that it shouldn't have got filmed. Fifth of all, it was two separate videos. One where he where the door under him collapsed and he got hung. And third of all, they showed his body in the back to make sure, it was him. Yeah, YouTube was wild back then. That's why I'm offended when any type of strike or they copyright and shit. You said Saddam Hussein had to prove he had no weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, but see, they were trying to say, and you were right, War Master, because I did remember, and you brought back a lot of memories. They were trying to say that he had nukes You know, because that's what people was thinking when they heard the term weapons of mass destruction. But even mustard, that mustard gas he was using, yeah, that was a biological weapon of mass destruction. You know? But it was crazy to see him drop from all of that power. You know? What's going on, Quay Dash? Yeah, I remember when YouTube had inboxes. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was like somewhat like a dating site. You know? I remember when YouTube was just one big scroll. You just had to just scroll. You know? A yellow subscribe button. I remember I got to the end of YouTube. No more videos for the day. Y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App. Let's get it.
FBI to surveil U.S. citizens without a warrant. Hey, is this thing...
Make sure we all learn. You know, that's one element to these shows that I be putting on. It's like, you know, at least we educate ourselves on some shit, you know? These shows be frying people brains, man.
Recording me? So, although you can argue this was necessary at the time, many of these powers still exist today. I don't think these guys would be too happy about a surveillance state. Then came Hurricane Katrina, where the levees broke, New Orleans flooded, and the federal government's response was, "We're working on it." Because as people were left stranded on rooftops, the government set up the Louisiana Superdome as the shelter of last resort. But when 30,000 people showed up, it turned out to be a nightmare. The roof was damaged, the power failed, and toilets overflowed, which just stinks. The whole fiasco reeked of government inefficiency, and Bush was the poster child. So not only was Bush messing things up back then, but Americans are still living with the consequences today. But speaking of messing stuff up...
Yeah, they did say he had a nuclear program. You said no one knew Libya had a nuclear program. The yellow cake is... Yeah, that yellow cake shit was hilarious.
Up after Abraham Lincoln...
Dave Chappelle even said something about it.
...was assassinated, America needed a steady hand to unite the country. Instead, it got Andrew Johnson, a former slaveholder from Tennessee who, believe it or not, didn't exactly believe in racial equality. He vetoed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which would grant citizenship and basic rights to formerly enslaved people. Things like the right to make contracts, own property, and be treated equally under the law. What the heck, man? But Congress wasn't having it. They overrode his veto and pushed through the 14th Amendment, locking those rights into the Constitution. But Johnson didn't back down. He found other ways to prop up the South, like issuing mass pardons to tens of thousands of Confederates. Because it's kind of a big deal when you take up arms against...
Don't drop that cake, nigga! What's the mathematics?
Against the United States, most governments would throw you in jail or hang you for treason. But Johnson restored their rights and let them retake power in the South.
But the show was
His
on
logic,
the way out. He should have kept them, but the show was on the way out.
Didn't kick the losers while they're down.
Hold on. God damn it. Hold on, y'all. I was saying he should have kept them, but the show was on the way out. You know?
But as you might have guessed, his plan backfired. Because this started the Jim Crow era, created fertile ground for the Ku Klux Klan, and stoked racial tensions nationwide.
You said they talking from today's lens. How old is the word racism? Yeah, I'm pretty sure back then all of this stuff felt a little bit different. Or maybe even worse. You know? War Master said New Orleans was warned that their levees were... Yeah, they were warned. People didn't want to leave their homes. I remember right before it popped off. Right. Yeah, they said he was working with Osama bin Laden, but honestly, Osama bin Laden been working with us. Osama bin Laden is a CIA guy, and then also all of that was from Papa Bush. Like I said, I couldn't really remember too much of Papa Bush, but George Bush had to clean up his dad's mess.
In Congress's eyes, Johnson had basically undone the point of winning the whole Civil War. So they impeached him. The first presidential impeachment in U.S. history, where Johnson faced trial in the Senate and survived conviction by just one vote. Phew, that was close. As you can tell, post-Civil War America was crazy. We needed a leader to rise above the hate and pull the country forward. Instead, Johnson doubled down on division. But if you thought that was bad, get ready for Herbert Hoover, who promised Americans a chicken in every pot and a car in every garage. And honestly, people believed him. Because on paper, Hoover had a glittering resume. Self-made millionaire, humanitarian, and a respected public servant. This guy was going to usher America into a new golden age. Until the Great Depression hit. Just months into his term, the stock market crashed and Hoover...
I heard Hoover wasn't bad neither, but obviously the Depression happened, so...
froze. As a staunch capitalist, he believed the government intervention would only make things worse. So he sat back
All right, we should be back. Hold on, y'all. I'm going through hell trying to bring y'all today's show. Please hit the like button, everybody. Please support the show. I am cooking. I am cooking my computer trying to bring the show to y'all. Hold on, y'all. Not Osama bin Laden. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Osama bin Laden was fighting the USSR in the 1980s. We helped them. Yeah, we gave them the weapons of mass destruction. We need that back. You said, wasn't Osama fighting Iran back then too? I'm not sure. They found him in Iran. Man, that sniper guy. I keep forgetting his name, War Master, that black sniper guy with the dreads that got all of those kills. They took him on the gun range, and he had a spotter, and bro, he has not lost a single step. Like, I was watching him use the damn sniper rifle. I was like, damn. Like literally, he was going after limbs. He was like targeting right shoulder and blah blah blah, bro. I was just watching how he handled the gun, and I was like, dang. So many people, that's their killer right there. Yeah, Reaper. Link said they all suck. Quaydash said, to my understanding, both Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein were CIA boys. I don't know about Saddam, but I'm pretty sure Osama was. Oh, man, Colin Powell and Condoleezza were last. I haven't heard them names in a minute. Yeah, I do got to do a show with him. I'm overdue for a show with him. That interview, I haven't even got a chance to see it still. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. I'm really trying to bring y'all some good content today. All right, y'all bear with me. Let's get back into it.
Businesses shuttered, and unemployment soared to 25%. I'm going broke out here, man. But the final blow came in 1932 with the bonus.
I was going to ask you guys if a president, because this kind of happened with Trump, if a president, if their term kind of got thwarted, or they were looking to have a great term and it kind of got messed up by, let's say, a Great Depression or a pandemic or something like that, does it make them a good president getting America through hard times, or helping America, you know, with the you know, does it make them a good president getting America through hard times, basically? You know? And kind of giving up a good piece of their you know, their presidency and what they were going to do to get us through those, you know, not so good times. You said Powell or Tether. I'm just playing. Powell and Condoleezza Rice are probably Tethers, man.
Army protest, where 15,000 World War I veterans marched peacefully on Washington, D.C., demanding early payment of bonuses they were promised, money they desperately needed to survive. And Hoover's response? He sent in the U.S. Army. Led by General Douglas MacArthur,
Party said Trump a good president. I gotta agree.
Federal troops used tear gas, tanks, and bayonets to violently clear the encampment.
A lot of people low-key that would agree can't publicly agree. But it's good television. Like literally, Trump is everywhere and letting the American people know step by step what's going on. That's why I was like, it was so quiet when Biden was in office. Cause it's like, bro, who the hell is the president? Is this nigga even alive? And then I forgot all about Kamala. I didn't even know Kamala was the vice president. That's how secretive they was, fucking up the country.
And when photographs of assaulted veterans hit the front page
do y'all think Kamala's gonna run again?
Of newspapers across America, it was game over. Hoover's legacy,
because Kamala could probably beat Vance,
was sealed, not as a helper, but as a cold, clueless man who fumbled the Great Depression and turned tanks against our own veterans. No list of terrible presidents will be complete without the guy who watched the Civil War unfold from the front row and did nothing. An event so devastating, it almost killed the country forever. When James Buchanan took office in 1857, the nation was already tearing at the seams over slavery. He had a choice: take action and lead, or do nothing. Instead, he chose door number 3 and let the Supreme Court handle it, which led to the infamous Dred Scott decision that said Black Americans could never be citizens. And Buchanan celebrated. The debate was over in his mind. He even pressured justices behind the scenes.
Green screen was at work. You said no, she can't, especially now. Yeah, 4 years at Bernie's.
To make a sweeping pro-slavery ruling, thinking this would settle the issue once and for all. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Instead, it lit a fire under the North. And 3 years later, Abraham Lincoln, who opposed the expansion of slavery, won the presidency without a single Southern electoral vote. Nice work, Top Hat. The South panicked. With no more national power, Southern states began seceding from the Union before Lincoln took office. And Buchanan, who is still president, insisted that secession was illegal, but also claimed the federal government had no authority to stop it. Thanks for nothing, dude. By the time Buchanan left office, 7 states were gone. Federal forts had been seized, and America was free-falling into civil war.
Right. I kind of picked up on that. War Master said this dude is brainwashed. Not all Black Americans were slaves. Right. You had some free ones. You had your octoroons. You had your quadroons. You had your mulattoes. And you had black slaves, actual dark-skinned black slaves that had their papers also, their freedom papers. Even though some of them got burnt up by some fucked up ass people, you know, they had their freedom papers.
Buchanan's legacy isn't defined by scandal or one bad law. It's defined by his failure to act when the nation's very survival was at stake. Sheesh, I mean, it couldn't possibly get any worse than that, right? Well, believe it or not, it does, because this is the worst president in U.S. history. His name is Warren G. Harding, a man so unqualified for the job, he even admits it. Harding once privately said,
Dred Scott,
I am not fit for this office and should never have been here. And he wasn't wrong, because Harding ran on returning America to normalcy. Instead, he delivered the most corrupt administration of all time, stacking his cabinet with the Ohio Gang, a crew of poker buddies, party friends, and political cronies who looted the government like a bank robbery. Take the Teapot Dome scandal, where a Secretary of the Interior secretly leased federal oil reserves to private companies in exchange for bribes. Bad? Oh, you bet. But not as bad as the head of the Veterans Bureau, who embezzled millions meant for wounded soldiers. Or his Attorney General, who allegedly took kickbacks to look the other way while criminals ran wild during Prohibition. And while all of this was happening, Harding spent his days golfing, gambling, and drinking, which was illegal during the Prohibition, by the way. He even had multiple affairs while in office. This dude's the worst. Harding even admitted, I have no trouble with my enemies. I can take care of my enemies in a fight.
Oh man, a corrupt president, y'all. We haven't seen that before. This is interesting, you know. Link said, mental chewing gum, thank you, Kuda, for the teaching content. No problem. You know, it's edutainment. You know, I try to, you know, open, you know, try to diversify the, you know, the content and the palette, you know, open up a lot of people's eyes, you know, to something a little bit different, you know, than what you guys probably normally would watch, you know. I appreciate you guys for liking and supporting the shows, you know. Quadash says, the more that videos play, the more I see a lot of U.S. presidents were a piece of shit. Yeah, a lot of the ones we don't know about. I wonder why. you know. But they teach the the kids in private schools this stuff. That's why I'm like, dang, we don't hear about these guys. You know, you'll look at a whole list of people you don't know. You know about the ones that kind of participated in slavery, if that. You know, a lot of black people don't know about them. You know, probably the most famous one is like Thomas Jefferson and Lincoln. You know. I don't have a link for the video, Quay Dash, but it says the worst presidents in American history, and the channel is Agent Flappy. Well, I'm gonna have to take a look at this. Hold on, y'all. Save this to playlist. Agent Flappy.
But my damn friends, they're the ones that keep me walking the floor at nights. And maybe the guild started eating away at him.
Link.
Because
shout outs to Link. Yeah. I try to at least, you know, and I try to at least throw in some educational content, you know.
Warren G. Harding died of a heart attack in 1923, mid-scandal, leaving the country shocked at the rot inside his administration. Harding's presidency didn't just damage trust in government, it shattered it.
I mean, and it is a good idea to actually look up some of these presidents and their stories individually, because some of this stuff I was like, oh, that is interesting. Oh, that's where that came from. Not taking his full word for it, but like it the timeline, you know, the timeline when all of this stuff was happening is interesting. Like who was there, what presidents did what, you know.
But hey, maybe that was a good thing, because today we're still skeptical of political corruption, even with it happening in front of our
faces. Certain things started.
How's that stock portfolio going up? But there you have it. The worst presidents in American history. Not only did they stink at their jobs, they nearly broke the country. But if
public schools have too many baby mama using schools as daycare and ran by Democrats, that's why public schools sucked. Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie too. I'm gonna say something real too. Public schools turn a lot of black kids into Democrats also. You know, if you go read some of those books, how they present the history to you, there's a lot of kids in public schools that get turned over to the Democratic Party. You know, they even slowing down on Black History Month and gassing up on El Gibbet, issues and El Gibbet history. You know, they bring in drag queens and all kinds of people into the damn schools. So not only do a lot of people go home and get turned out by they family and stuff, the schools turn them out also. The family, honestly, is supposed same with college. Absolutely. College for sure. With the feminist agenda and stuff like that. You know, that's why you're supposed to really debrief your kids when they get home from school. You got to debrief them. What did you learn in school today was a more profound question than a lot of people think. You know, people nowadays just stick a phone in a tablet in their kid's face and call that shit a day. The internet is also pre-breaking these kids. You said public schools will refuse to teach the Constitution. You hear about it, but they don't teach it. Correct. They talk about it, but they don't really teach it.
You thought their legacies
or tell you your laws and all this other stuff. I mean, tell you your rights and teach you your rights
were
and all
dark.
This other stuff.
Wait until you hear how they died. One choked on cherry.
But I have seen private schools that teach that stuff. Certain ones, though.
Another dropped dead from a stroke. And yeah, one got assassinated in broad daylight. This is how every president died in their last words. So click this video right here, because this one's over. And trust me.
Hold on, we might want to see this. I'm sorry, y'all. I be watching this stuff on my own, so I'm like, you know what? Some of the stuff that I watch, let me share it with you guys, because, hey, y'all might find it interesting also, you know? And plus, we're thinkers, y'all, you know? All right, please hit the like button, support the show. We're going to get back into Jason Black's take on Elon Musk. And this is also good to go over because guess what? We're talking about new political parties. Could Elon actually evoke new thought? Think about it. AI is out. People are going more into a robotics / society. Some of Elon's inventions might make him a thought leader. Some people already might say he's already a thought leader. You never know.
From eating raw cherries to contaminated water at the White House to getting assassinated in broad daylight. This is how every
I ain't gonna lie, they did Kennedy dirty.
U.S. president died and their final words. And spoiler, while some left an epic message, others talked about soup. But first, let's start at the beginning with George Washington, our first president, who got a serious throat infection after riding his horse in cold, snowy weather.
You know, no, War Master, I don't think that's it. I think the reason why they don't teach half this stuff in the schools is because they quote unquote don't want to radicalize the kids. You know? So you read that to kids in elementary school, what type of niggas they gonna become, you know, when they get into college or high school? I think the people they should be educated, you know. But the schools are responsible for dumbing people down. I would say if you have the internet in your hand, it's impossible to be dumb, but you can, because the internet even hides shit. You know, the internet be hiding a lot of shit and rewriting shit overnight, you know. I remember back in the day when Wikipedia came out, remember when people could just go up there and just change stuff? I'm like, whose idea was this? Yeah, we're being dumbed down. And things are being hidden in plain sight. You know, keep that in mind. So we're past the age of information. We're in the age of misinformation. So if you don't know what you're talking about, or you don't have an inkling, or you know what I'm saying, an idea of what ballpark of some of the stuff that you're looking for, you would take some of the stuff for face value. And I don't know how much they're going to have to refine AI for people to believe in it, but I ain't going to lie. I called AI out on a lot of stuff. AI is wrong about a lot of shit. But we're championing it as finite at this point. And it's like AI is still in its early stages.
He likely had epiglottitis, which is when that little flappy thing at the base of your tongue becomes inflamed. Today, that's an easy fix with antibiotics. But back then, doctors tried bloodletting, which is when they cut your arm and drain blood from your body. They thought it would somehow help, but it ended up making things way worse. And it's believed Washington lost 80 ounces of blood. That's like 6 Red Bulls. He told his doctor, "I die hard, but I'm not afraid to go." And as he struggled to breathe, his final words were, "'Tis well." But if you thought that was dramatic, this is the most insane coincidence in U.S. history, where John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, the
age of disinformation, yeah. And misinformation, yeah. Yeah, like, but that's the same thing. I mean, it was like that too. If you were looking up Black history, like you got to be specific. You know, you got to be specific about what you're looking up. And I'm not gonna lie, when you see how they reword stuff and move around stuff and misinform about certain events and stuff like that, you know, it's like, dang, they really like this is somebody really went out of their way to hide this information. And that's true. That's very true, Link. AI is a purposeful distraction. Very true. War Master said the left always have to lie to win a debate. That's why they do it. Yeah, and then that's the thing. Good observation. Because the Democrats are, they are pro the Klan. So when you look at why they hide information, is to not radicalize the children, because at some point because kids are smart. You know, kids are smart and in a weird way logical. You know, that's why they be playing with goddamn Legos and shit all day, right? But a kid will wake up and be like, all right, well, y'all are training us to be damn near democratic, just how y'all are training us. So you mean to tell me that we're championing, and because they downplay slavery in those books, the reality of it. They will say an angry mob threw a Molotov cocktail in Martin Luther King's house and was terrorizing him and his family. They won't tell you that it was white people. You know, it was white people. You know, but it's an angry mob that went after King, y'all. You know, an angry mob shot Malcolm X. You know, they leave out certain things. Oh, what you call it? God said in the Bible that you should have been a slave. You know, and they reword shit, right? They're not about to tell you that the party that they're training you up to be in was pro-slavery. Just the way they're not going to tell you the obviously, you know how they codified an angry mob that did something to King. Obviously, the same way they codify things that are written in the Bible. Obviously, how they codify how the Martin Luther King speech is like a ongoing race joke. I'm not about to talk about that stuff. It's actually very interesting, to tell you the truth, to see where they go with it. You say, I love how AI is so crazy they can't turn it off. Yeah. I think AI is gonna master humanity before 2030 with the information being fed to it.
Second and third presidents died on the exact same day. They started out as friends and revolutionary bros. Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, and Adams helped defend it. Squad goals. But in the election of 1800, the two became political rivals. Then, after a decade of not speaking, Adams and Jefferson reconnected as pen pals and became besties again. However, on July 4th, 1826, exactly 50 years after signing the Declaration of Independence, the spookiest thing happened. Jefferson grew ill from diarrhea, pneumonia, and a kidney infection. And on the night before his death, he asked, "Is it the 4th?" When they told him not yet, he held on for one more day. And his final words were, "No, doctor, nothing more." Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Massachusetts, John Adams was a sickly 90-year-old man dealing with heart failure. Completely unaware that his bestie Jefferson died hours earlier, Adams said his famous last words, "Thomas Jefferson survives." It's kind of crazy that these two, who spent their whole lives being frenemies, ended up checking out on America's birthday. Kind of like our fourth president, James Madison, who almost completed the 4th of July trifecta. Because after dealing with congestive heart failure, the father of the U.S. Constitution was on his deathbed, and doctors were trying desperately to keep him alive until July 4th. But when offered more stimulants by his niece, Madison said, "Nothing more than a change of mind, my dear. I always talk better lying down." Which basically meant he was ready to go, and died on June 28, 1836. I mean, come on, he was so close to making it to the 4th. But you know who did make it? The 5th president, James Monroe, who became the 3rd one to die on Independence Day. He had heart troubles which worsened after contracting tuberculosis. But his final words were about how he missed his old friend James Madison. "I regret that I should leave this world without again beholding him." And while most presidents die on their deathbeds, some die on the floor of Congress. Like the 6th president, John Quincy Adams, who after serving as president didn't retire to play golf, but instead went back to Congress as a representative. And while casting a no vote, he suffered a massive stroke, grabbing his desk and collapsing on the House floor. And after they carried him out, John Quincy Adams said, "This is the last of Earth. I am content." But some presidents have more peaceful endings, like Andrew Jackson, who is one of the most insane presidents in American history. He was a tough dude who fought in duels, survived the first ever presidential assassination attempt, and beat up his would-be killer with a cane. But despite all this, he didn't go down the way you might think. He got tuberculosis, had heart problems, and suffered from dropsy, which is when your body fills with too much water. Hydrate or dihydrate, am I right? And on his deathbed, surrounded by family, this tough guy turned into a softie, with his last words being, "Oh, do not cry, be good children, and we shall all meet in heaven." And then there's Martin Van Buren, our 8th president, who struggled with asthma and heart problems. He died quietly at his fancy house called Lindenwald, with his last words being, "There is but one reliance," which was his way of expressing his trust in God. And while Van Buren lived a long 79 years, our next president holds the record.
Yeah, nobody really knows these earlier presidents. And yes, they had slaves.
For the shortest presidency because of this one dumb mistake. During his inauguration, William Henry Harrison gave an insanely long 2-hour speech in the freezing cold rain without even wearing a coat. And for over a century, we thought he caught pneumonia and died. However, recent studies suggest this probably wasn't the cause, because he didn't get sick until 3 weeks after the inauguration. Experts now believe he either died from typhoid fever or septic shock due to contaminated drinking water at the White House. That's insanely unlucky, because Harrison only lasted 31 days in office, which means his vice president, John Tyler, got a promotion. But this president didn't have the best record with the people. He was the only president whose death wasn't officially mourned by the country. Because during the Civil War, John Tyler sided with the South. He was even elected to the Confederate Congress. But before he should start the job, he started having dizzy spells and died of a stroke, with his last words being, "Perhaps it is best." Agreed, John. Then there was James Polk, who died far too young at 53 years old. And it's because 3 months after leaving office, he was on a tour of the South where he contracted cholera, a nasty disease that gives you explosive diarrhea. But despite the circumstances, he went out as a romantic, with his last words to his wife being, "I love you, Sarah. For all eternity, I love you." I'm not crying, you're crying. But for this next president, you might be laughing, because Zachary Taylor died from eating too many cherries and drinking too much milk. Or did he? During a 4th of July celebration in the sweltering heat of DC, Zachary Taylor desperately needed to cool off. So he ran into the White House, ate a bowl of raw cherries, and drank several glasses of milk. The problem was, food safety was basically non-existent back then, and Taylor came down with gastroenteritis and died 3 days later. However, many believe Zachary Taylor was poisoned, because he was the current president when this went down, and pre-Civil War tensions were rising. But when forensic scientists looked at his body in the 90s, they found nothing fishy. So it really was just some bad cherries. And before he died, Taylor said, "I'm about to die. I expect the summons soon." I've tried to
Cherry on
discharge
top.
my duties faithfully. I regret nothing. And after death by cherries, VP Millard Fillmore stepped up to the plate. And unlike Taylor, Fillmore lived a long time after his presidency, until he had a stroke. But right before he died, someone gave him soup. And Fillmore said, "The nourishment is palatable," which basically means in fancy talk, it tastes good. 5 stars for the soup. But our next president had one of the saddest deaths ever. Just weeks before taking office, Franklin Pierce's son was
Damn.
killed in a horrific
Man, these presidents are getting murked. Yeah, we don't hear about
train
this
accident. And this sent Pierce on a downward spiral of depression. He started drinking too much, became an alcoholic, and destroyed his liver with a disease called cirrhosis. He died after losing re-election, and nobody wrote down his last words because he was all alone. Dang, that's sad. And unfortunately, the downward spiral of America continued with the next president, James Buchanan, who many view as one of the worst presidents because the Civil War was coming and he did nothing to stop it. Buchanan died of a bad
Well, this is fitting for the 4th of
respiratory
July,
infection.
y'all.
Although some believe he fell victim to the mysterious National Hotel disease outbreak. But that's just rumors. He went out proclaiming, "O Lord God Almighty, as God wilt." But you know what they say. Weak men create hard times, and hard times create strong men. Which leads us to this tall drink of water with a top hat, Abraham Lincoln, one of the greatest presidents in American history. Although the Confederate South might disagree.
They say he turned his back
Because
on
while
the country.
watching the play at Ford's Theater, Abraham Lincoln was shot in the head by John Wilkes Booth. And unfortunately, couldn't leave us with any words of wisdom. Instead, his final words were a casual reassurance.
His final words was, "God damn." That bullet's strong as shit. God
To
damn.
his wife in the theater box. She won't think anything about it. He was referring to what a friend might think of them holding hands at the theater. Scandalous. But after Lincoln's crazy assassination, VP Andrew Johnson took over, and he wasn't exactly popular. Congress tried to kick him out of the office with impeachment. And years later, Andrew Johnson died from 2 strokes he suffered while visiting his family in Tennessee. The second stroke left him paralyzed on one side, with his final words being, "My right side is paralyzed. I need no doctor. I can overcome my own troubles." And while some presidents were hated, others were celebrated as war heroes, like President Ulysses S. Grant, who led the Union forces to victory in the Civil War. But after his presidency, things took a turn for the worst, where Grant lost his life savings in a bad investment scam. Turns out some dude was running a Ponzi scheme. And to make matters worse, Grant was diagnosed with throat cancer, probably from all the cigars he loved smoking, sometimes 20 a day. Get this guy a nicotine patch! But before he died, Grant wanted to write his memoirs so his family wouldn't be broke after he passed. So he sat there every day writing as cancer ate away at his throat. And his last word was water. A simple request for a glass of water because his throat was so dry. Pretty crazy way to go out. But our 19th president, Rutherford B. Hayes, died like most of the others, at old age from heart failure. His emotional last words were, "I know that I'm going where Lucy is," referring to his wife who passed away 4 years earlier. But things got even crazier with our 20th president, James Garfield, who after being in office for 100 days was walking through a train station when a mentally unstable man stepped behind him and fired 2 shots. The first bullet grazed his arm. The second bullet was lodged in his back. But Garfield didn't die because the bullet never hit any organ.
All right, hold on. Let me show y'all how the American school system has failed us all. Let me look up the pictures of all the presidents. All U.S. presidents. You know Trump gonna come up. All right, hold on, y'all. I don't know half these niggas. What he said this man's name was? Oh, this is horrible. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Hold on. These don't even have the names. These are all the niggas they talking about right here. Shit. There goes Roosevelt. George Washington, John Adams, we know him. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Oh, there he goes, Quincy. Oh, there goes Pierce. Zachary Taylor. James Polk. Calvin Coolidge. Mind you, some of these are vice presidents that got in after the other guys croaked. All right.
Organs. All right. However, it all went downhill when doctors stepped in. They probed around with unsterilized instruments, and one even punctured his liver. So, although Garfield initially survived, he suffered from massive infections over the next 80 days until he slowly died. With his last words being, "Swaim, can't you stop the pain?" Poor guy was basically the victim of medical malpractice. Man, I hate Mondays. Garfield was succeeded by Chester A. Arthur, who eventually suffered from Bright's disease, which is kidney failure, and died from a stroke at 57. No definitive last words were recorded, but some say he whispered, "Life is not worth living." That's a bummer. Because our next president was a dude living life to the fullest, Grover Cleveland, who was our 22nd and 24th president. You go, Grover! He died from heart failure at 71, with his last words being, "I've tried so hard to do right." And the president caught between Cleveland's two terms was Benjamin Harrison, who came down with a bad case of the flu, which progressed to pneumonia. And despite good medical care, his lungs failed. And his last words being,
Damn.
"Are there any doctors
Shit, being the U.S. president is a curse.
here?
This shit don't sound fun.
My lungs." Poor guy couldn't breathe, but at least he wasn't one of the 4 U.S. presidents assassinated. Like, who was attending a meet and greet in Buffalo when one of the people waiting in line was Leon Czolgosz, a Polish-American anarchist. He concealed a .32 caliber revolver under a handkerchief wrapped around his right hand. When it was his turn to meet the president, Leon fired 2 bullets into McKinley's abdomen. Luckily, one bullet grazed him, but the other went deep into his stomach. So they rushed him to the hospital. But the problem was doctors couldn't locate the bullet. So 8 days after the doctors' attempted game of operation, gangrene set in and McKinley died, with his last words being spoken to his wife. "We're all going. We're all going. God's will be done."
These niggas are presidential puppets. They supposed to have the best doctors in history, and the doctors are just fucking around and killing the presidents. Or maybe conspiracy didn't exist back then. Maybe people didn't want them people in. They didn't want them people in office. So, hey.
Not ours. But after this, Americans were fed up with presidents being killed. So the Secret Service gained full-time responsibility for protecting the president. Yeah,
Yeah, y'all are late. But it seems like you got to protect the presidents from themselves and what they ate.
I think it's about time. Now, VP Teddy Roosevelt got promoted to the top job, and this guy was one of the toughest presidents we've ever seen. He served 2 full terms and wanted to come back for a third. In 1912, Teddy ran again as a third-party candidate for the Bull Moose Party, and when stepping out of his hotel to give a speech, he was shot in the chest. However, he didn't die. In fact, he got right back up and gave an 84-minute speech with a bullet lodged in his chest. That's pretty wild. Teddy went on to live another 6 years, where he led a deadly expedition to the Amazon rainforest, and once again died, this time from a leg infection, weight loss, and malaria. And many believe this permanently weakened him. Because at 60 years old, Teddy died from a blood clot in his sleep, with his last words being, "Put out the light, James." Man, pour one out, Teddy. Because while some presidents are warriors, others are William Howard Taft. The president famous for being so fat, he got stuck in his bathtub. Charming. But believe it or not, that's not how he died. At only 5'11", William Taft ballooned to over 300 pounds, which strained his heart. And although he lost a great deal of weight, the damage was already done, with Taft dying from heart failure at 72. And his final words weren't recorded, so we'll just have to use our imagination. Woodrow Wilson never fully recovered from a massive stroke he suffered while in office. Unfortunately, he lived his final years partially paralyzed, with his last words being, "I am a broken piece of machinery. When the machine is broken, I am ready." But at least this dude died after being president. Unlike Warren G. Harding, who was dealing with corruption scandals while president. So in an effort to rebuild public trust, he went on a cross-country speaking tour. But the situation was so dang stressful, he developed pneumonia. And while resting in bed with his wife reading the paper, Harding died from a heart attack. Poor guy's last words were, "That's good. Go on, read some more." And his VP Calvin Coolidge became the next president, who after a few years of leaving office, died suddenly of a heart attack at age 60. Silent Cal was famously super quiet, so upon news of his death,
that means half these presidents that we see weren't supposed to be presidents at all. Half the presidents that we had, nobody voted for them really like that. They just end up, damn.
Dorothy Parker joked, "How can they tell?" Cal's last words were, "Good morning, Robert," a simple greeting to a worker in his home. And while some presidents' lives are cut short, others live a long life, like Herbert Hoover, who was the second president to reach 90 since John Adams. Hoover eventually died of internal bleeding, but because he was so weak, no last words were ever documented. And then we have Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was elected President of the United States a ridiculous 4 times in a row.
The last words of half the presidents was, "Ew." Ew.
I mean, leave some for the rest of us. But by his 4th term, FDR's health was falling apart. He dealt with high blood pressure, heart disease, and secretly had polio, which left him paralyzed from the waist down. Oh, and on top of all that, he had to deal with the stress of the Great Depression and a small conflict called World War II. Pretty crazy. So in his 4th term, FDR suffered a massive stroke while posing for a portrait at his Georgia retreat. His last words were, "I have terrific pain in the back of my head." Which means VP Harry Truman became the next president, and he lived for several more decades until he was hospitalized at 88 years old from pneumonia. Truman's condition worsened as multiple organs failed and he slipped into a coma. And because he was in a coma, no last words were recorded when he died. On the other hand, we know the exact last words of Dwight D. Eisenhower, and they were pretty direct. After a long history of heart attacks and strokes, Eisenhower was hospitalized at the famous Walter Reed Hospital. He ultimately died from congestive heart failure, with his last words being, "I want to go. God, take me." Sometimes presidents are ready to go, while others are taken far too soon. Like President John F. Kennedy, who is famously riding in an open motorcade in Dealey Plaza when a sniper's bullet struck his head, killing him in an instant. Now, we're not going to get into all the theories about who really killed JFK, but most believe the main dude responsible was Lee Harvey Oswald, who was murdered himself just 3 days later, making making things even more suspicious. But before the assassination, Nellie Connolly was sitting in the middle row when she told JFK, "Mr. President, you can't say Dallas doesn't love you." And JFK responded, "No, you certainly can't," just seconds before he was shot. At just 46 years old, Kennedy was the youngest president ever killed in American history. And the man that took his place was Lyndon B. Johnson, who died 10 years later when he had a massive heart attack at his Texas ranch. And as he felt it come on, he grabbed the telephone and said, "Send Mike immediately," referring to his Secret Service agent. But it was too late. Those were his final words as he dropped dead. Now, Richard Nixon died in a similar fashion. Famous for dealing with Watergate and getting impeached, dude lived a pretty stressful life. Nixon didn't die until he was 82. After suffering a massive stroke in his home in New Jersey, Nixon yelled, "Help!" That was his last word as he was rushed to the hospital and slipped into a coma before finally passing. But I wonder if that was more stressful than the time he resigned from being the president, because the next man up was Gerald Ford, who served out the rest of his term. And thanks to modern medicine, Gerald Ford lived to the ripe age of 93 years old when he died from cerebrovascular disease, which is a fancy way of saying blood couldn't flow to his brain. He also struggled with arteriosclerosis, which is hardening of the arteries. All of this led to the peaceful passing of Gerald Ford in his California home, where he set the new record for the longest living president in U.S. history. But no last words were made public. His family wanted to keep things private. But Ford's record didn't last very long because the next president, Jimmy Carter, seemed to live forever. In fact, he literally just died. Jimmy Carter lived to be 100 years old before dying of natural causes on December 29th, 2024. Although his actual moment of death last words were publicly reported, in the final weeks, Carter told his family that he was ready to see Rosalind again, referring to his wife who had died a month earlier. It's pretty crazy to see a president reach the century mark. And Ronald Reagan wasn't too far behind, dying at 93 years old after a decade-long battle with Alzheimer's. And since he had Alzheimer's, Reagan had no lucid final words before he died. Man, I hate that disease. Kinda like I hate Parkinson's.
I know Reagan's last final words. Ew! Ew!
Which is what George H.W. Bush suffered from in his final years, which left him wheelchair bound.
What if you die, you come back for like 1 second, and it was like, any final words? Ew! And then
His last phone call was to his son, the other President George Bush, where he said his final words, "I love you too," right before dying at 94 years old. But that takes us to today.
Wife asks you a question, before you go, "Do you love me?" You look her dead in the eye and be like, "Ew!" And then
Where 5 presidents remain. And although it's the most dangerous job in the world, modern-day presidents live longer than ever before. Shout out to the Secret Service and top-notch medical care. Cause the average lifespan of presidents went from 70 years old in the 18th and 19th centuries up to 78 years old in the 20th century. In fact, we have an old guy in office now, and he had to dodge a couple bullets to get there. But if you think that's crazy, I'll leave you with the most insane presidential death facts. 8 presidents died while in office, 4 were assassinated, and 4 died from natural causes. The youngest president died at 46, while the oldest president died at 100. Remarkably, Adams and Jefferson died on the exact same day. And don't get me started on the insane coincidences between Lincoln and JFK's assassinations. But I guess we'll save that for another video.
all right.
And make America great again.
Make America great again. Make America great again.
Sending us down the presidential rabbit hole, y'all. Ew! All right, let's go.
And what happens when your idols become your rivals? So Elon Musk has taken it to a whole new level. He says that he wants to form a new political party, the America Party. Whether or not he actually follows through on it, because when you're dealing with somebody who is mercurial as this, someone who is as temperamental as this, he says one thing, then he gets very bored very quickly. So there are certain things he can stick with, and then he gets other things he just gets very bored with very quickly, and he says things to get attention, so it can be difficult to pin down whether or not he's serious about something, although history has shown that he's not really philanthropic, so the idea of him paying for something that doesn't make money seems to be rather remote. However, I also pointed out that Elon is in an existential fight for his life because the majority of his net worth is based on the value of Tesla. Tesla is what he has parlayed into all of his other ventures. The value of Tesla is what he parlayed into all these other ventures. So, with Trump's beautiful big bloated bill eliminating the subsidy for electric cars, that's certainly going to bite into Elon's bottom line. So I can understand why he would have a serious issue with that. I can understand why he'd have a serious issue with that. But will that be enough to save him? Time will tell, although it seems to be rather doubtful. I'd like to go to an article from Newsweek, and in their article here, I think a lot of it comes together. I've been waiting to say anything. I wanted to see how things would go. And in particular, I wanted to see this part. I wanted to see who would respond to it. Anybody with any credibility who would actually express interest in supporting him, or is he just out there by himself?
Even with a
So from
black
Newsweek, from Kate Plummer, it says Elon Musk's new political party has attracted the interest of political figures, including Mark Cuban and Anthony Scaramucci. Meh. Writing on X, formerly Twitter, multiple people have responded to Musk announcing that he would form a new party, though he has also attracted criticism too. On Saturday, Musk announced that he was forming a new political party called the America Party. It came after Musk fell out with Trump over the One Big Beautiful Bill. Musk posted a poll on July 4th asking respondents if they wanted a new party, with 65.4% saying that they supported the idea. On X, formerly Twitter, he wrote, "Today the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom," citing the poll. Now it says what to know. Posting on X, Mark Cuban, a billionaire businessman and TV personality, suggested he was interested in the party, sharing fireworks emojis, then writing, quote, "I work with Center for Competitive Democracy. They will help you get on ballots. That is their mission." Now, Mark Cuban, as we all know, is a rather sketchy individual himself. You want to talk about sketchy people who do shady things for money? Certainly Mark Cuban is squarely in the middle of that category. So anything he says is to all those Shark Tank people. Let me just go ahead and say this right quick. All those Shark Tank people, all that stuff NBC did, the so-called Shark Tank people, the Kevin O'Learys, the Damon Johns, yeah, all those people up there, with the exception of the white lady, the white real estate investor, with the exception of her, wasn't Corcoran? With the exception of her, Cuban, O'Leary, all these other people, that was the Robert Kiyosaki wing of things. These were folk who were famous for selling courses. They were not nearly as fabulously wealthy as the networks or their own publicity would let on. So that was all a big thing there. Mark Cuban, he's the one, he'll tell you he did an interview with 60 Minutes. He got started running a Ponzi scheme. He literally said, yeah, it was a Ponzi scheme. So, he owned a basketball team because he sold a website to Yahoo because they were idiotic. But like I say, other than that, Mark Cuban has not had a bunch of economic home runs. So that has not been the case. It really, really hasn't. And so he's one of these people who really just tries to keep attention on himself. He tries to keep relevant. He chases publicity. What he doesn't do is actually chase, more cultivation, more business. So I have a lot of that going on. All right, Anthony Scaramucci, who was fired by Donald Trump just 10 days into the job as White House Communications Director in 2017, said, quote, "I would like to meet to discuss." What are you going to discuss, sir? Social media personality Brian Krasenstein, who has over 900,000 followers, wrote, quote, "Awesome. Where can we see more information?" Tyler Palmer, a tech investor and producer, suggested policies the American Party should endorse, like modernizing the military with AI and robotics, and said if these policies were on the platform, quote, "Where do we send our donations?" Keep this one in mind. We're going to come back to it. However, other people expressed concerns about the party. Roger Stone, longtime Republican strategist and Trump loyalist, said, quote, "I have huge respect for Elon Musk and everything he's done for free speech and to ferret out waste, fraud, and corruption in federal spending, but I would rather see him pursue his efforts at electoral reform within the Republican Party primaries rather than having a new party splitting the vote of sane people and letting the Marxist Democrats gain control again." So all the people who were doubting me about these folk, I don't know why you do that, but I guess some folks just can't get tired of looking silly. Go ahead, be contrary and crazy. But yeah, when I told you what was going to happen between now and 2026, that it would not be the Democrats doing better, it would be the Republicans snatching defeat from the jaws of victory by knifing at each other, it is playing out exactly the way I said. And Roger Stone is expressing his fear that that's unfolding exactly like I said it would. And this is the only route it could have gone down, because I said from the beginning that you can start counting down the minutes until Elon Musk and Donald Trump have a falling out. And nobody was saying that at the time. I was the first, and here we are. Trump's former chief strategist Steve Bannon.
We all were saying that. We all were saying that. We obviously two egos. Like, come on now. That's
also
obvious.
Criticized the party on Friday edition of his podcast, The War Room. Quote, "The foul," I'm hoping that's the foul, not the...
What's going on, Skyfall? I gave you a shout out earlier.
"The foul, the buffoon, Elmo the Mook, formerly known as Elon Musk. Elmo the Mook. He's today in another smear, and this, only a foreigner could do this. Think about it. He's got up on Twitter right now a poll about starting an America party. A non-American starting an America party." Damn. He added, quote, "No, brother, you're not an American. You're a South African. We take enough time and prove the facts of that. You should be deported because it's a crime what you did, among many." So, yeah, it's not going quite as, it's not being warmly received by everybody at this point. But then again, when you're sitting on that kind of money, do you need to be warmly received necessarily? But yeah, that's how that's going. Now, a couple of things in particular here. What would the America Party's platform be? What would it be? What is it that you could expect to get from them? What would they be spearheading here? I would suggest that you take a look at the tweets that Elon has reposted. I would suggest you take a look at those, because I think that'll give a pretty good idea of exactly what to expect. Because I think those kind of things there show you what he's got in mind. Even though he hasn't actually listed anything yet, necessarily, I think those give you a good idea what he's got in mind. Now, remember that fella that they were just talking about? Remember that fella they just showed, and he was putting up a list of things that he would hope they would be doing? Well, I thought that was interesting to point out, because Elon had reposted him. Is what he had done. I'm going to show you up on the screen here. Elon had reposted it. So that's the reason why that's significant. Elon reposted this Tyler Palmer guy. I don't know who the fella is. He's only got 4,600 followers. So, I don't know. They said some tech investor and producer. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Forbes 30 under 30. I'm assuming he didn't buy his slot on there. Is this the America Party platform? Reduce debt, responsible spending only, modernize military with AI/robotics, pro-tech, accelerate to win in AI, less regulation across the board, but especially in energy, free speech, pro-natalist, look it up, centrist policies everywhere else. If so, where do we send our donations? So, this Tyler Palmer guy makes it very clear that basically he's one of the tech bros. And he would love to see government give favorable treatment to all this
You know, they throw out tech stuff so loosely because there's so many branches of tech. It's like, what does that even mean?
speculative technology.
Shit, if you know how to use Chat GPT these days, you're a tech guy.
Because, of course, this is what these people do. They try to get the government to subsidize what they're doing. So take a look. Who in America, what is the populist issue? Where are the people in America saying, you know what? Yeah, we got issues with pay raises, with housing, with the environment. But what we really need the government to focus on is AI and robotics. And he says AI not once, but twice. So of all the things...
See, how I know that? That's what I was saying earlier. AI is definitely going to be in these new quote-unquote political parties. I literally said this earlier. It's in the new generation of stuff.
And he puts free speech and centrist policies. Take a look at this part right here. Centrist policies is...
The next president going to be having the right laws dealing with AI. And what it can do and all this other goofy shit that people going to start doing with it. Scammers
at the very
and shit.
Bottom. Reducing the debt and responsible spending, but he wants you to spend more on AI. So out of one side of his forked tongue, he says reduce the debt and responsible spending, and tech bro says responsible spending, but he wants you to spend more on AI. Yeah. Yeah, this is completely trustworthy here. And of course, Elon is retweeting this guy. So that was one. Then there's another one here that Elon reposted. No narcissism here. All these wealthy white men, and it is just narcissism holiday all day, every day. So this guy here says America's party will be focused on, and this was after that other post that he reposted, reduce the debt, responsible spending, modernize the military with AI robotics, pro-tech. That's kind of being redundant there, aren't you? Less regulation across the board, especially in energy. That's really kind of being redundant 3 times. twice. Free speech, pro-natalist, centrist policies everywhere else.
They're all just gonna say buzzwords. That's really what people respond to. Fun fact, that's what tech responds to also. Buzzwords. Write some prompt.
Are you down for this? So if you all have tired of the energy monopoly and the military industrial complex, you can support Elon Musk's America Party that is going to bring you energy oligarchs and the industrial military complex. Yeah. Just in case you were wondering. Just in case you were wondering. Now, I want to go a little bit further here. I want to go a little bit further because you see, you read these articles by Newsweek and CNN and all these other folk, but this is why you have a black media, so that I can dissect for you and interpret for you what you see here, because this is the low-hanging fruit. To talk about how they doubled up and basically tripled up on tech bros, tech bros, tech bros. They want to take over the government so they can enrich themselves. Tech bros, tech bros. Hidden in here was this. What? Pro-natalist. So for those of you who don't know what a natalist is, that's a person who favors high birth rates. High birth rates. Well, Elon Musk, the Afrikaner, has made it very clear that he definitely supports increasing birth rates only among white people. Only among white people. So this guy down here, this Tyler Palmer, he's the guy. This guy here obviously is, see, this is what they do. This is what they do with all that tech money that they grift off the government. So you see, he puts up all this other stuff and then puts this second to last. Pro-natalist puts that up second to last, and then centrist policies everywhere else. So that's the very last thing is centrist policies. That's the very last thing that they put on the list, and that's really only to be a head fake to anybody else who reads it. No, they're saying exactly what they meant. This is white supremacy. This is white supremacy. So just in case nobody else was watching or noticing, I watched it, and I took a look at everything, and of everything that stood out to me, this pro-natalist thing being shoved in here.
Well, they gotta get their numbers up. They say for the past couple of years, the numbers been dwindling. They gotta
all
get their
this
numbers up.
economic stuff, these all economic issues, and then this being shoved in here. Yeah, that kind of seems a little out of place. But it isn't. Please remember that Elon, the Afrikaner, remember him and Vivek Ramaswamy, why they both saw eye to eye on immigrants. Remember? Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy, the two immigrants, saw eye to eye when it came to the need to bring in immigrants. Well, we don't want illegal immigrants. We want skilled ones. And we want to make sure they have a direct pipeline straight to our companies so that we can get all the cheap labor. Not accidental. Not accidental. You all remember that H-1B visa dust up? You all remember that? So these guys are still at it. And the only thing that they're upset about is that the political parties are not white supremacist and oligarchical enough. That's the only thing that they're upset about. That's the only thing they're angry about. They're only angry about that. So I ask a question here tonight because I think it is one worth pursuing, not just because of whether or not this is a stunt by Elon. It most likely is. If it isn't, okay, but most likely it's just a stunt. But let's go ahead and walk down that rabbit hole just a little bit more. Let's walk down this rabbit hole just a little bit more. And it must be a pretty large rabbit hole if you can walk down it. But let's walk down this rabbit hole a little bit more. Because tonight's program is titled, Can Elon Musk's America Party Beat Trump Without Black Support?
All right. I'm going to stop it right there. I'm having Wi-Fi problems. I'm going to have to fix this. We're going to definitely do a part 2. This is what I'm going to say. How can Elon Musk beat Trump when he's already won? He's already in office. Elon Musk will never go up against Trump in any type of election. By the time the people's ideology change, Trump probably going to be gone. But some of the lasting effects of his presidency going to be definitely in effect. Something tell me whatever bag we might make off of tariffs and whatever from his presidency, they going to fuck it off. What's America not fucking off money? And yeah, I mean, it's kind of the American way. To a certain degree, playing the money game sucks because it makes no sense keeping money if it's not worth anything, especially with inflation. And it makes more sense to have the weapons. Smartly enough, America would rather have the weapons. Because if you have a bigger gun, you know, you can debo everybody. What money? You know? If you have the bigger gun, you don't need no goddamn paper. You just rob everybody. You dig? Plus, resources and other things are just as good. If not better. Especially if they're sustainable and renewable. Money's not sustainable and renewable. It's printable. And what you need to print? Money. Resources. You don't even need that nowadays. Just go in the bank account and add an extra 0. Voila. But listen, shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. I will be back in a couple of hours. I got to get this damn thing fixed so it's not fried. Peace, everybody. Thank everybody for hitting the like button. Please support the show on air, off air. You support the show because you care. Thank you for today's show sponsor, as always, War Master. I will be back because I heard even right now they're cooking Elon. So we got some more context to add to tonight's show. Y'all make sure y'all get some rest. I will be on first thing in the morning for you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Peace. Woo!